Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here. And it is Tuesday once again. Time for some more reading. The conclusion of the Artifacts of Argent. But as we're getting rolling here, why am I getting... Apparently I had some missed frames. Val, it is good to see you. I'm glad that you're doing alright tonight. I hope that all of you out there in TV land, question mark, are doing alright. Whether you're lurking or watching the VOD or hanging out with us here tonight. Yeah, so I'm not too sure what we're going to be doing yet after stream. I rolled a Final Fantasy 1 randomizer stream in case we go that route. I'm kind of waiting on confirmation. Like, I want to make sure that y'all are interested in me doing Final Fantasy Tactics for the next 6 months. Because that's probably how long it's going to take for me to complete it. So that's probably what we would do next, unless somebody has another suggestion. But yeah. Today wasn't a very exciting day. I did work. I coached people. I did evaluations. I listened to calls. And then I finished up. It was a day. I can't even say that I ate anything exciting. I had a cookie. It had brownie bits in it. Tactic wasn't that long, just need to grind up some class skills. I guess that's something I could do off stream. I don't know. Cookie good. The cookie was good. It was a small cookie, but calorically dense. Like, it's like a 2-bite cookie, but 150 calories, and it's like, I get it. It's a cookie. It's not healthy. But at the same time, it's like, there's so little food for the caloric jump it's giving me. Ah, well. Such is the way of delicious snacks. Well, what say we begin, shall we? I kept forgetting to do my storytime expectations at the start of stream. So, I'm going to remember to do that on the last stream. It's like I had three chances to do it, and I think I did it once. I hastily remembered at the end. So, some things to note before we get started. This story is a draft. That means it won't be flawless, it might not even be good, and it might be cringe in spots. We'll find out together. The setting, mechanics, culture, history, and lore does not accurately reflect my current world building, thus we should not consider it canon. If it feels a bit like a TTRPG campaign in spots, especially last session, because there was a lot of combat, it kind of is. I crafted a rough solo D20 campaign to use as a vehicle for story writing to shake up the variables a bit. It's essentially a 5th edition homebrew. If you did miss any of the previous segments, the VODs are on Twitch for limited time and can be found on my YouTube channel if you search for Orcish Fiddler, or you can go to orcishfiddler.com. In the end, this is just something that I did for fun back in 2024, and I hope y'all are enjoying. When we last left our intrepid party, somebody had activated the 3rd artifact and kept activating it, which was unusual. So now, Fraser and Brax have ventured into the center of the island and found a town of undead. Strangely, unlike the previous times they encountered undead, these do not appear to be mindlessly attacking them. In fact, they stayed at the house of one that seemed a little bit friendly. But there is definitely something ill at ease, as Brax thought he heard a voice in the wind asking, "Release us, save us." So there is certainly something unusual to the situation. An hour or more of fighting against the weather brought them to the palisade's open gate. 2 skeletons stood on either side, but neither made any motion to attack as they approached. They stood a silent vigil, ignoring the wind and rain. Brax hesitated as he neared the gate, unsure if some action was appropriate here. Not that stating his business would bear any fruit, since the accursed lacked ears. As if to assuage his concerns, a tall humanoid skeleton strode toward the party from inside the settlement. It paused a few paces away from the group, bowed slightly, then beckoned for them to follow it. "Are we expected?" Brax exchanged glances with Fraser, who shrugged. "I'm afraid I lack the information needed to speculate. I just hope this isn't an elaborate trap." The Uruk led the group onward. As they wound their way through the settlement streets, they could hear signs of life. A blacksmith's open workshop door revealed a working forge and a skeleton hammering metal against an anvil. An Arakan and a Ragari pair took shelter under the roof of a porch of a public house, and Brax could see other skeletal figures inside. Through the rippled glass of a general store, he could see a skeleton organizing shelves. A shiver ran down the Uruk's spine, partly brought on by the uncanny action taking place by the undead, though the steady wave of fomoric energy reinforced the sense of dread. As with the other 2 settlements, the outlaws that originally inhabited this island had fashioned a kind of village to turn the island into an independent territory. Now only a facsimile of life remained. The two men and their companion beast were brought to a lodge similar in size to the one in the northern settlement and led inside. A number of accursed held positions both outside and inside the lodge, some armed with weapons, others merely standing by. The room was well lit by a number of small, glowing balls of metal, likely similar to the cabochons that Fraser had crafted. At the far end was a large fireplace and some bookshelves. In front of that rested a comfortably padded chair of red velvet. Seated upon the chair was a female figure, shorter than Fraser, whose body and clothes faintly glowed with a violet nimbus. "An Arcalin," Fraser whispered. He gestured negligently to rapidly extract the water from their clothing and make them all presentable. Brax nodded as he led the way forward, stopping a respectful distance away. His eyes rested on a side table next to the chair upon which a familiar silver statue was placed. The crystal it held was crimson, and his psyche cringed at the fomoric waves emanating from it. "It is rare to see living people on this island," the Arcalin stated. Her voice was flat and cold, as dead as the skeletons that kept her company. "What is your business here?" Fraser exchanged glances with Brax and stepped forward. "Our business, merely to survive." He gave a polite bow. "I am Fraser Rofira. This is my friend, Braxton Grolge, and the maverick is called Gralnick. We washed up on the southern shores almost 4 weeks hence after a sudden maelstrom, much like the storms that have raged the past few days. Resulted in my falling overboard and Brax here coming to my rescue." The woman leveled a disinterested gaze at the mage. "Introductions. That is the social norm, yes. I am known as Glinnerlear Laverifa." There was an awkward pause. "Are you responsible for the destruction of the other 2 relics?" She gestured toward the statuette to her right. "We are," said Brax. "We found the first amongst the possessions of a party that came seeking such treasures, but one of whom had their mind corrupted by it after it was activated. As that was the source of the issue, I destroyed it." Let me actually turn down the thunder a little bit because we are indoors. There we go. "We found the second one in the northern settlement," Fraser added. "The artifacts are linked to the accursed that wander this island, and our aim is to destroy them so the dead may finally rest." "That would explain why the power of this one has diminished," said Glinnerlear. "If your goal is to destroy this one too, then know that I cannot permit that." "May we know the reason why?" Fraser asked calmly. The woman paused for a long moment. "I fail to see why the rationale would be important to you." "Try us." Brax folded his arms. Another long pause under the Arcalin's cold stare. She smoothed out her silken robe. She smoothed out her silken robes, formed of the same glowing ephemeral material as her skin, tinted a darker shade. "It has been some time since I have been forced to interact with those bearing emotions that need to be appeased. It is an unpleasant burden. Very well. If it is exposition your heart so desperately crave, then I shall indulge you in as concise a summary of a long and complex situation as I can manage." There was no exasperation, no weariness or resignation to her tone, just words presented as cold fact and acquiescence. "I was born with a stunted ability to process emotions," she started. "As I understand it, you Uruk have some belief where emotions are a blessing from the divine. Consider me to be one who never received such a blessing then." "I'm sorry to hear that," Brax replied. "Don't be," the Arcalin shrugged. "One can hardly miss what one never had. That perhaps is the crux of my life's challenges. Those around me felt pity. I felt nothing. Those around me felt frustration that I could not understand their emotional perspectives. I felt nothing. Those around me felt joy in triumphs, sadness at loss. I felt nothing. I observed their behavior, but I could not comprehend it, and I could not emulate it. Ultimately, attempting to adhere to society's standards of emotion became exhausting for me, like attempting to memorize an entire library of books and recite them back word for word. I withdrew. I think that was the most agreeable choice for everyone. One cannot survive independently, however. That has its own share of trials. But cooperation demands emotional attachment, and I could not attain that. Then I discovered death. That is to say, I discovered the lack of emotions that dead people exhibit. This made interacting with people significantly easier. Fraser's expression became confused. How, may I ask, did you interact with dead people? They could not interact in turn, after all. Not at first, no, the Urkalan conceded. I would talk to them, and they would not talk back. They simply didn't have anything interesting to say. Once I discovered arcane arts that could be used to animate the dead, however, I had access to a world of cooperation and interaction that did not require me to read expressions or understand tone of voice. Life was much easier for me with undead friends. But the arts that are used to raise the dead in such a manner are torture to them. Fraser flung his hand aside in emphasis, his voice heated. It is a combination of puppetry and mimicry fueled by phomoric energy that twists the soul. None of the skeletons here have exhibited any discomfort that I could observe, Glenelair countered calmly. She gestured to those standing around the room, each one standing in place, impassive and rigid. They go about their days as if they were alive, meeting my needs when I ask, following my directives, but without the burden of emotion. They simply do. There are no theatrics and no drama. You're wrong. Brax shook his head. I heard the voice of ones whose cottage we took shelter in just on the edge of the settlement. They are suffering. Religious sentiment. She closed her eyes and turned her head away. The dead have no voice. I'm trained in mystic arts, the Uruk insisted. I've heard the pleading from their psyche. I can feel the energy waves that artifact is releasing, the twisting hatred that binds the accursed to it. I have resolved that issue, said Glenelair, by linking myself to the artifact and making some modifications to its structure. I have imparted my own lack of emotion to those within the sphere of influence of this device. There is no rage, no hatred. Yet its sphere of influence remains. It still emits a phomoric wave. Well, I would hardly expect them to function correctly with arcana fueled by astral energy. The Urkalan shrugged. It is clear that you will not understand my perspective, as none have in the past. Creating my own associates with whom I could interact without the burden of emotions was deemed illegal and immoral by those with outdated ideas bound by sentiment. Even here, on this island of outlaws, I was shunned. No more. These are my people, under my rule. She rose to her feet, plucking the red crystal from the statuette and holding it between two fingers. I did not expect that we would gain agreement. Fraser and Brax exchanged glances. The Uruk gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. What will you do then? Asked Fraser. Murder us? Turn us into puppets also? It has been quite some time since I have had intact bodies for some of the more strenuous forms of manual labor, she admitted. A strong Uruk body in particular would be of great value. Of course, I don't expect you would surrender it willingly. Not on your life, Brax growled, slipping his hands into his metal knuckle dusters. An understandable response. She pointed the end of the crystal toward her heart and steadily pushed the glowing crimson into her chest. As the stone sunk beneath her flesh, veins of dark power spread from it and throughout her body. Movement to all sides caught the attention of the two men, and they watched as every accursed crashed down to the floor, shuddering as if in pain while trying to stand. Screams and tormented cries, though they sounded far away, felt as if they were piercing Brax's mind like an ice pick. What are you doing to them? Brax gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his head, staggering at the psychic onslaught. As I said, I am linked to this artifact, and the undead are linked to the artifact. Thus, every undead in the area are linked to me. Their essences reinforce my own. I am invincible. This was not a gloat. There was no note of triumph in her voice, no sense of ego. As before, this was stated as cold, hard fact. I shall have to find a way to minimize the damage as I end your lives. This would be easier and less painful for you if you surrendered yourselves to me now. Perish the thought. Fraser pulled out the moon quartz from his pocket and held it aloft. Hey, Kepsasagi, welcome in. It's good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. You're just in time for the conclusion of the story. Fraser pulled out the moon quartz from his pocket and held it aloft. Protection! A glimmering field reinforced his barrier jacket, armoring his body. Perish indeed, the Urkalin replied. She flung her hand forth, 3 globes of violet energy coalescing before firing one at each of the group. Guanalis! Brax growled as the missile tore open a minor wound on his shoulder. Fraser, do what you can about that arcana. The big man dashed forward and lashed out with a steel-clad fist, but the Urkalin swiftly sidestepped him. Shit, you're a fast one then. Gralnik, Nuludota! Bellowing as he charged, Gralnik leaped and pounced toward the Urkalin necromancer, but while his claws slammed into her body, she twisted away from the creature's weight to avoid being borne down. Flashes of light trailed after where the claw had marked her, and her body appeared unwounded. Darkness over ice? We'll see who is stronger here. Fraser wielded the laconic wand as if he were knocking an arrow to a bow. 3 large bolts of ice spun and formed into piercing arrows. Frost pierce you! Kitanalis! Released by his voice, Glenalier could only evade 1 icy bolt. She recoiled as the other 2 tore away violet fragments of energy. Her body remained intact, however. Did I not mention that I was invincible? No matter. She turned to the maverick, malevolent energy crackling in her hands. I have no use for animals. Begone, beast. Ram Sazun. A black wave erupted forth from her hand, streaming forth entropic energy that ripped through the air. Wild instinct barely kept Gralnik from being entirely bathed in the beam, but even a glancing blow was enough to seriously wound him. He roared as his flesh was torn open, bleeding and dripping gore. Gralnik! Brax growled as he pushed forward with rapid strikes, landing solid blows, but the Urkalin shrugged them off as if they were nothing, even as the force of his fists knocked her around. What? The maverick, ignoring his wounds, took advantage of Brax's attack to unleash fury of his own, his claws raking down on Glenalier's body. Again, while violet energy tore away, her actual body bore no wounds. Fist, claw, sword, spear. The will of my people, shield me from your attempts at harm. The Urkalin gestured to begin drawing forth another art, a cynosure appearing at her feet. Brax, quickly, give me your hands! The mage dashed forward and held the Uruk's hand in his own. Ripples of arcane energy surrounded the metal knuckles. My spells seemed to tear through her barrier without difficulty, and now so too shall your fists. Right. Brax grinned and clenched his fists, looking to the Urkalin with renewed determination. I see now that you are the greatest threat against my welfare. Glenalier pointed a hand of crackling energy toward Fraser. Ram Sa Zun. Fraser! The mage had been retreating to a more tactical position and was caught off balance. He bore the full brunt of the blast. Black, purple, and red waves washed over him in a torrent. A glowing golden barrier flashed bright before the prayer stone he carried shattered, followed by his barrier jacket breaking in a brilliant scattering of light. It was not enough, and Fraser cried in agony as the energy tore through his flesh, dropping him to his knees as blood streamed from ragged wounds. Brax poured emotion into his focus, gritting his teeth. His hands began to pulse with power, Fraser's enhancement resonating with his own mystic art. The Uruk bellowed in rage as his fists flew like the maelstrom they'd endured on the way here, striking the Urukalen repeatedly and tearing away swaths of violet energy. Gralnik assisted, and he growled as his teeth sunk into the woman's leg before she could tear herself free of the onslaught. I had hoped to keep you reasonably intact, but I see that is no longer an option. Her voice was cold and determined as she pointed the crackling energy toward the Uruk next. Ram Sazun! Standing next to the necromancer, Brax had no chance to get out of the way, and his strangled cry echoed in the lodge as the black wave tore his flesh apart from point-blank range. His shirt was reduced to tatters, and gore covered every inch of his body. Not enough. That's not enough to end me. Priming his fists with a mystic art, he spat a wad of blood before stepping forward to strike heavy, rapid blows against her body. The last strike was enough to shatter the barrier protecting her, and she cried out as she felt physical pain for the first time in years. She danced away from the maverick as it tried to ram its horns into her. Then she placed her hand over her breast. Normal people would look upon your visage and call you a brutish nightmare. They might be frightened. Is this rush within my body, this exhilaration, is this fear? Fraser tossed aside the potion bottle he had drunk from to mend his wounds and raised a hand, re-establishing his barrier jacket. Fear is normal when one's life is at risk. Stand down and you need not fear any longer. Surrender? No. If I do that, then you destroy the artifact, and I lose my link to the only sense of normalcy that I ever had. If you continue this path, then we will have to destroy you along with the artifact, Brax rumbled, his expression grim. He shifted his stance, readying himself to strike, despite the blood streaming and dripping from his body. Indeed. Then it only stands to reason that I should place my destiny in my own hands. With that, the crystal in her chest began to glow with a piercing brilliance. Brax uttered a hoarse bellow of agony as the fomoric resonance began to overload his senses. Fraser! He held one hand against his temple. It felt like his brain was being torn from his skull. His other hand raised as a ward toward Fraser, as if he could push him away from the oncoming threat. Growlick cringed and moaned in pain, equally vulnerable to the assault. A burst like that of shattering glass exploded from the Urkalen's body, and it ripped into their psyches like a raging storm. Brax's vision swam, and he found himself on the floor, fighting with every ounce of his will to remain conscious. A cloak of black invaded his vision. They have to be okay. They have to be okay. Now is not the time to give up. Open your eyes. Get up. He felt his arms shudder as he struggled to push himself upright. Fraser was there with him, calling his name. It took a moment before his mind processed that the mage was still alive. Are you okay? He asked of him. Blood was leaking from his nose, but he gave a hesitant nod. My barrier jacket protected me from most of it. You are in desperate need of healing, my friend. He glanced at the blood that was smeared on the floor. Not yet. He glanced over to Gralnik, who was sprawled out on his side, eyes closed and tongue lolled out on the floor. No. He half stumbled and half crawled to the beast, placing his hands upon the torn flesh. There's yet a spark of life in him. He tried to will his healing art to mend the creature's wounds, but he had depleted his reserves to pierce the necromancer's barrier. Fraser sat down next to him, rummaging in his bag. A potion. It might do him harm. He's in too fragile a state for it. Brax closed his eyes and tried once more. Just need to coax him to stay on this side of the veil. He tapped into that natural resonance that all living creatures held, that pulse that was glimmering and fading. Come back. Don't leave us yet. Gradually the pulse strengthened. The light of life brightened, and the maverick's breathing strengthened. He's stable, the Uruk announced at last. He'll probably wake with a splitting headache after that onslaught, but he'll live. He felt his vision fall out of focus, and the ground came up to meet him once more. Brax! Fraser's voice was muted, but he could hear the emotion, the panic. Just need rest, he whispered. He felt something hard being jammed into his mouth, and he reflexively swallowed the bitter fluid that poured from it. It warmed him from the inside, and he coughed. Fraser was holding his head in his lap, a hand with an empty potion bottle hovering nearby. Okay, I'm not dead yet. Brax groaned as he tried to sit up, but Fraser forced him to sit back down. I thought you were both going to die on me. Fraser's face was screwed up in anguish, tears streaming from his face. After all we've been through, if you were gone... I'm not going anywhere, the Uruk grumbled quietly. I've got a long life ahead, you know. The mage sobbed and bent over double, his face close to Brax's. There were no words, just an outpouring of emotions from the Arcanist as he cried out his fears, tension, and relief. Hey, Brax rumbled softly. It's okay. I'll be all right. Eventually. He grunted as he tried to sit up, but his body was still racked in pain from his wounds. Might just need to stay here a while. Fraser sniffed and wiped the tears from his face and the blood from his nose. I'm all out of potions. Do you still have yours? Yeah, but I'd rather not risk overdosing on that stuff. Let's give it a while. The mage nodded, then slid out from under Brax, gently resting the Uruk's head on the floor. He got to his feet and swept his gaze around the room. The accursed. I think they've been destroyed along with the crystal. He started toward one of the bodies. Hey, don't go wandering off without me to help protect you. He groaned as he rolled himself over, pushed himself to his knees, then stumbled to his feet. Oh. Just be careful, eh? I think we're safe. He picked up the skull of one of the skeletons, which came away without resistance. Then they're all free. We released them all. Fraser nodded and looked up at Brax with a soft smile. The curse on the inhabitants of this island has been lifted, I believe. Thank the gods. He swept his gaze toward the Kaelin and took heavy, tired steps over to her body. The artifact's crystal had not been a physical explosion, more so a metaphysical one. Her ephemeral flesh was intact, but he could see the crystal within was broken into fragments. All she wanted was something that many of us take for granted, Fraser murmured as he joined the Uruk. Companionship, camaraderie, a connection with people who understood her, and she could understand in turn. I regret that we could do nothing for her. Yeah, I know how you feel. Brax knelt down and closed the Arcanelin's blankly staring eyes. The people around her failed her, but she still made her own choices that led to this point. Life is full of situations like this. We can't save everyone, as much as we'd like to. We can try. Fraser's expression tightened. We can try, Brax agreed. He rose to his feet and gave the mage a one-armed hug. Just don't kill yourself trying. You're pretty fragile as it is. The mage snorted. Unlike you, how in the name of all that is holy did you endure that entropic blast? He placed a hand on the Uruk's raw and ragged flesh. I can be pretty tough when I need to be, but yeah, I'm not feeling too tough right now. Maybe I should lay back down. Since they had lost Brax's bedroll, and they didn't want to range outside of the lodge in their wounded state without anyone to keep tabs on Gromnik, Fraser set up his bedroll next to the sleeping beast. It took the rest of their medical supplies, but he was able to clean and bandage the wounds they suffered as well, though he wasn't too sure he had effectively done so for the Maverick. Both men gently stroked the beast's head or scritched behind his ears until he awoke an hour later. The creature crooned and whined, clearly in a great deal of pain, but there wasn't much that could be done for him, as they weren't entirely sure if the healing potions they carried were safe for the animal to consume. Since Fraser had used the last of the potions in his inventory, Brax handed some of his to the mage. As everyone rested, the storm that raged slowly died out, leaving the skies overcast and the air cool. Let me turn that off. Yep. Sounds. So now we just have wind. The settlement was utterly still, with none of the signs of life, artificial though they may have been, that they experienced on their way in. Though it took some time to convince Brax, Fraser felt that a brief exploration of the immediate area would be helpful. The Huaram was able to confirm safe, comfortable accommodations at the public house they had seen earlier, away from the memories of battle. Growlnick took some effort to move, as the beast wanted nothing more than to sleep. The beast grudgingly joined them, however, and as soon as they arrived, he plopped himself down in front of the unlit hearth and covered his eyes with his paws. Divra, Growlnick. Brax gave him a gentle scritch behind the ear, to which the maverick responded with a weary chuff. The bed upstairs is in surprisingly good shape, Fraser noted as he came back down from exploring. There's just the one room, but it's a big grain husk-filled mattress that does not show sign of vermin. The bed and linens were a bit dusty, but nothing my cleansing art couldn't remedy. I wonder whether Glenalier was maintaining the place, or if she had the skeletons do so. Brax lugged his pack upstairs, each step feeling heavier. It's not impossible that the accursed did so of their own accord, Fraser suggested, following along. With Glenalier's link and modification suppressing the artifact's rage in their minds, they seem to just be living their lives, or the closest approximation, given the circumstances. Brax grunted as they reached the bedroom. Whatever the reason, I appreciate that there is an actual bed to rest in here. He dropped his pack on the floor, then laid down on the bed. Oh. What is it? Fraser set his pack more gently next to his friend's. Oh no, I'm not moving now. I'm done. Fraser smiled and moved next to the bed to stand above the Uruk. Is it that comfortable? Its grain husk conforms to my body, and I'm gonna sleep now. His voice degenerated into a mumble as he spoke. The mage laughed melodiously. At least disrobe first. Nope. The Uruk mumbled, feeling himself fading away. Sleep now. Absorbed by the husk. It's a very comfy bed. Oops. Let's put this over here. As his mind drifted away, he felt the mage removing his boots and breeches. Then a soft weight was laid over him. A moment later, slumber claimed him. When Brax awoke, the room was dark, with only a sliver of moonlight shining through the window, but it was enough for him to see with. Everything hurt, including his head, but he could remedy that soon enough. He took a moment to listen and caught Fraser's soft breathing nearby as he shared the large bed with him. We've been through a lot together, he thought to himself. He turned his head to gaze at the quietly resting mage. The ship should be here within the next day or two. I'll return to my duties, he'll return to his studies, and eventually he'll move on. Or I will. He had to admit, this had become more than a duty to keep Fraser safe at the request of Captain Ragnast. He genuinely cared for the Huaram's well-being. He wondered where the mage might be going on his life's journey. Life flows like a river. The Uruk... Excuse me. Sorry. Suddenly hitting puberty. The Uruk turned his focus inward on the physical. Something he could solve. Something with an answer. Something familiar. He mended the abuse to his own body as well as he could, but he wanted to save some of his focus for others. He then reached across the bed with a hand to touch Fraser, whose body and mind were just as deeply wounded by the entropic tearing and fomoric waves. Slowly, gently, he knitted the mage's flesh and soothed his psyche. He could sense Fraser's rest enter a deeper, more relaxed slumber. He smiled privately, glad that he could do this for him. Brax quietly got up from the husk mattress and cast about for his clothing. Fresh and folded, he found his pants on a nearby dresser and put them on. He then padded downstairs. Gralnick was resting in the exact same spot where he laid when they first arrived, the hearth dim with glowing coals. He added some wood to the fire to bring it back to life. The maverick's head raised slightly in response, but the creature lowered it again, crooning softly. That was a lot to suffer through, wasn't it? Brax sat down next to him and placed one hand upon Gralnick's wounds, the other resting on his skull by his horns. I'm sorry I couldn't do more sooner. He poured nurturing energy gently into the animal, soothing him, but it wasn't long before the Uruk had pressed up against the limit of his power. I'm sorry I can't do more now, he murmured. Gralnick gave a soft chuff, his tail thumping once in acknowledgement. Brax stayed with the animal for a while as he tended the fire, raising it to a comforting warmth. Hunger soon started to gnaw at him, and he rose to his feet to check the public house for a serviceable place to cook. Gralnick remained where he was, eyes closing. The kitchen had a wide iron stove, work surfaces, plenty of cooking implements, and a pantry and larder. To his surprise, he found good milled flour, sealed jars of split linseed ready for making into soup, jars of rendered fats, both fresh and pickled vegetables, smoked meats, and other ingredients one might find in an eatery with an emphasis on food preservation. He even found some firebird eggs. I guess Glenalier would still need to eat, even if this was a village of accursed. He checked one of the jars of fat and found it had not gone rancid, an indication that some of the skeletons either tended animals or hunted them. Given the eggs he'd found, he suspected if they explored the surrounding pastures, that they would discover the former. He considered the ingredients at hand and set to lighting the stove and preparing a few things at once. First, he took some of the split linseed, vegetables, and meats to get a hearty stew simmering. A change of pace from fish and fruit would be welcome. Once that was started, he cracked some eggs to check their scent, found that they had not gone bad, and then used them along with some flour and water to whip up some flat cakes topped with guava jelly. They weren't the most exciting thing to eat, but it was the closest thing to bread he'd had in weeks outside of hardtack. Between the flat cakes, smoked meats, and eggs, he had a filling meal. Very early breakfast or very late dinner, depending on your perspective. He brought some of the smoked meat out for Gralnick, along with a bowl of water, but he didn't seem interested. Maybe Fraser fed you earlier, huh? No worries. He set it aside for the maverick to eat when he was ready. Once everything was cleaned up, he returned upstairs to rest until dawn. I'll admit, I found this surprising as well. Fraser was chewing thoughtfully on the breakfast Brax had prepared, which was much the same as what he made for himself earlier. But agriculture and raising livestock are crucial for any established settlement. I suppose when Glenalier took the place over, there was an abundance of food for just one person. Brax had joined the mage for a light meal and was encouraged to find Gralnick was eating again as well. I'm worried about what's going to happen now that all of the accursed tending them are gone. Would it be appropriate to let them loose? Fraser reached for a hot tisane and drank deeply from it, the herbal remedy helping to ease the lingering tension in his mind from the previous day's assault. I'm not sure that domesticated livestock would fend very well on their own in the wild. He looked to Gralnick, then shrugged. But I guess some have a way of making it work. Either way, it's better than letting them suffer trapped in a barn or something until they starve. Some chance is better than none. If not for the fact we must keep watch for the Storm Rider, I would consider the suggestion of lingering here for a few days. He dipped a scrap of flat cake into the yolk of his eggs. Brax considered the stick he'd been using to track the passing of days. I think we can afford to spend a day exploring and recovering, he decided. I have not been able to fully mend my wounds, and Gralnick still seems like he's not in good form yet either. At least without the barrage of a continual storm, we should be able to make better time. Yeah. Brax set his flatware down and brushed a couple of crumbs off of his shirt. We'll get moving once you've finished eating and we've cleaned up in here. Gromnik didn't take much convincing to obey a hold command, as all the beast wanted to do at the moment was eat and sleep. Brax couldn't fault him. He wanted to do the same. The settlement wouldn't explore it. The settlement would not explore itself, however, and the two men set forth. There were a fair number of homes, many with skeletons that had dropped where they stood when the artifact was destroyed. Few held much of interest, as the skeletons had... Sorry, I didn't mean to bump my mic. Few held much of interest, as the skeletons had knocked... Excuse me. Okay, let's try that again. I'm just going to do the whole paragraph again. Today's one of those days. There were a fair number of homes, many with skeletons that had dropped where... I'm going to get a drink of water, because I haven't been drinking water between segments. Maybe that's my problem. I'm not fluid enough. There were a fair number of homes, many with skeletons that had dropped where they stood when the artifact was destroyed. Few held much of interest, as the skeletons had not stocked provisions for their own welfare. The accursed required no sustenance, after all. The exception here was the Urkalan necromancer's abode, a large home next to the lodge, whose rooms were clean, well-furnished, and well-stocked. The parlor was a comfortable affair, with mismatched but finely crafted accoutrements. A nearby dining area had a small, elegant table fit for two at most, but it was far too small for Brax to comfortably sit. Her library was a fairly small room with a number of mysterious knickknacks, boxes, and chests, but the shelves were packed with books that set Fraser's heart alight with joy. I may, perchance, spend most of the day perusing these shelves, Fraser admitted. Brax chuckled and gave the mage a pat on the shoulder. I guess that leaves me to do the bulk of the exploring. Just come up for air once in a while. Check in on Gromnik, eh? Of course, he replied, his tone distracted. The mage had already begun scanning the spines of the books to look for titles of interest. It should be safe enough now that we've taken care of the undead problem, Brax assured himself. Still, he checked in on Gromnik before continuing his exploration anyway. The maverick gave a tired pat of his tail in greeting, but was content to stay by the hearth. Brax put a couple more logs on the fire, and checked on the simmering stew in the kitchen, before stepping out to see what else the settlement held for them. With a focus on warehouses, stores, and similar buildings, Brax was able to more efficiently explore the settlement. A number of them turned out to be largely empty, as everything of value had been consolidated over time to a couple of buildings. The store where he'd seen a skeleton sorting shelves through the window was fully stocked with seeds and farming tools, household goods, basic medical supplies, smaller construction materials, and even a few amusements. I wonder if these skeletons rolled bones together, he mused aloud as he picked up a set of dice for playing Stone's Throw. He paused, then laughed at a few images, some of them explicit, that popped into his head. Bones rolling bones before rolling bones in bed. It was a ridiculous notion, and a terrible mix of metaphors from a couple of different languages. He was privately glad no one else was around to hear it. He put the dice down, then examined the medical supplies more closely. The bandages and suture kits were in excellent condition, and various salves and ampules appeared intact. Some of the components on the shelves seemed exotic in nature, and he wondered if they were tailored for unique Urkalan physiologies. As they had exhausted their own supplies, Brax took this opportunity to stock up. Weapons were more utilitarian in nature, largely consisting of wood-chopping axes and the like. The tools Brax had found thus far had been sized for smaller hands than his, but within the neatly organized supplies in the store he found a falchion-like blade that fit reasonably well, better than the short sword he was using to hack at vines earlier. Likewise, he was able to replace his small hand axe with a wood-cutting axe more suited to his size. He looked around at the other tools. With their ship set to arrive soon, he didn't consider it a priority to overburden himself. but he appreciated the extent to which Glendolir and her skeletal settlement had stalked the place. It was evident that she had made a good head start on a colony of one, with the accursed providing all of the necessary labor for her to be sustained. It was unfortunate she was not aware of the true toll it had on the lives that were twisted by the artifact. Satisfied with what he'd gained from the store, he moved on to check various storehouses. One contained a great supply of larger construction materials, used for erecting or repairing buildings, farming, and in one case, metalworking. A solid supply of metal ingots, along with spare tools to work them, supplied a building next to the blacksmith's workshop he had seen before. Stacks of ingots of iron and steel rested to one side, and there were even some ingots of crystal and mithril. Not many, but a respectable amount to craft equipment with. They were too heavy to carry on their own, but he had seen carts in one of the storehouses that could be used if he needed to transport them to shore. He was certain he would want to do just that. The last storehouse was smaller and locked. Strange, he mused aloud. It's not as though she would have to worry about the accursed stealing anything. He checked around the building, but other than some narrow windows far too small for either him or Fraser to squeeze through, the door was the only entrance. The Uruk didn't relish the idea of breaking into a perfectly serviceable building quite yet. He decided to return to the Urkalin's home and check in on Fraser. The mage, predictably, was sitting in the parlor, absorbed in a tome with ragged-edged pages. "Hey, Fraser, have you found any keys lying around?" The mage jumped, startled out of his reverie. "Oh, Brax, you're back already?" Brax stared at him. "I've been out and about for a few hours now. Have you checked on Growlnick at all?" "My deepest apologies." He placed a silk handkerchief in the book to hold his place and closed it before setting it next to him on the couch. "There are some interesting arcane theories presented in this tome. I suppose I have lost track of time. What have you discovered?" The Uruk shook his head and caught Fraser up on his findings. "I don't know why she would want to lock that building, so I suspect there is something valuable in there. What about you? Anything good besides books?" "Quite so." He stood and walked over to a low parlor table, which had a number of miscellaneous objects on it. "She had a small trove of enchanted treasures. I suspect these are the full sum of all such enchanted items we might find from the inhabitants of this settlement, neatly wrapped in silk in a chest in her library." Yeah, she seemed to be quite organized. The warehouses and stores were all purpose sorted. "Did you identify what these all do?" Fraser nodded. "If you have some time." Excuse me. He paused. "Let's review these over lunch. I'm starving." "Of course. I admit I could go for a bowl of that stew you've been cooking." The mage bundled up the various items and placed them in a bag. Then the two men returned to the public house. Growlnick thumped his tail in greeting upon their return, and Brax gave him plenty of ear scritches as he checked in on the beast. He seemed to be recovering well enough. "I bet you're hungry too, aren't you?" With that, he checked on the stew, found it was done, if not a bit overboiled, and served the meal forth. Growlnick ate his portion with more appetite, and Brax savored the difference in flavor from the usual fare. Fraser poured them both steaming tisanes from herbs found in the kitchen. "Once we have departed from this island, I do wonder what will fill the vacuum we've created." "What do you mean?" Brax dipped some of the flatbread he'd made that morning into the last bits of broth and linseed before refilling his bowl. "We know that this was once an island of outlaws, and they no doubt harried the waters in the surrounding area, no?" The Uruk nodded. "We nearly had an encounter once of our own, but Dean was able to divert us away swiftly enough that there was no conflict. We'd frequently have to mind our course around here, though. The Harburg Union Navy just hasn't had the resources to do much about them other than keep them somewhat in check. I see what you mean, though. Perhaps we should inform the Navy of the current status of the island, that they might secure it." Fraser took a sip from his tisane. "It is their jurisdiction, is it not?" "It is. And yeah, that's probably the best strategy once Captain Ragnas comes for us. At least that reduces the chance that yet more outlaws should take advantage of the situation. The mage opened the bag he carried. Now, there are quite a few items I discovered in Glenelier's abode. Let's start with this. He set out 2 items, a brooch and an earring. The brooch was a dragon fashioned of fine silver, whose body was coiled around a cabochon of blue. The crystal itself ebbed and flowed within as though it were liquid. This is made of the same material as the pendant my mother gifted to me, he explained, pulling his necklace out to demonstrate. Crystal blue, Brax nodded. It's not a gemstone I see often. Quite precious as I understand it. It is, and it's renowned for its connection to water arcana. He tapped on the silver dragon brooch. Like my pendant, this can be used as a focus for casting arcane arts. Unlike my pendant, though, it has an additional property. It serves as a wellspring of arcana from which those with training and affinity can draw from. And you have such training? Brax asked. Fraser smiled. Of course. This will permit me a small amount of additional resources with which I can create barrier jackets or tap into for mana. It's only useful to those who have an affinity for water, like me. Very useful. What about the earring? This serves a similar purpose. The mage grinned broadly. However, it appears that its conduits are leaked more toward mystic arts. If you attune to its resonance, you will find your focus slightly improved. Brax picked up the heavy gold ring. It was simple, circular with a captive bead, and showed no outward signs of being anything more than fashionable jewelry. He could faintly sense the resonance which Fraser spoke of. Huh, I hadn't thought about getting my ear pierced, but I guess it's time to look into it. What else did you find? He withdrew a pair of fine gloves made of thin, supple leather. These are what one might call helping hands, he explained. They are designed for an assistant to wear. Any endeavor with which one wearing these gloves provides help on, a minor amount of expertise is granted. They cannot hold much of a charge to provide this aid, so you could do so perhaps once before it becomes necessary to rest and let them recharge. I see. He picked up the small gloves and admired the soft, luxurious feel of the exotic leather used in its manufacture. They're pretty small. Indeed, and they lack enchantment that allows them to change their shape to fit someone larger. He took one of the gloves from Brax and put it on his hand. It fits me perfectly, however, so perhaps I can put it to good use. No argument for me. What's next? Fraser drew a wand from the bag. Its polished wooden core was embraced by an intricate weave of silver, which had held a blue crystal at its tip. This appears to be a wand used by those with more religious affiliations. By touching it to a person and speaking its command word, you may impart a blessing upon them. The blessing does not last long, and the wand only has a few charges, but provided it has been exposed to sunlight for at least an hour, it should be able to recharge over time. Can anyone use it? Brax picked it up, and it felt tiny between his thick fingers. The mage hesitated. It requires some amount of training in arcane or divine arts, so I'm not sure. He trailed off and looked to the Uruk, brow furrowed. Oh, probably not something I can use then. He handed the wand back before he could fumble and drop it. Fraser seemed relieved to have it back in his hands. It is a delicate thing. Like the moon quartz I use, it's possible that the conduits may break if it cannot sustain the surge of mana flowing through it. Brax finished off another bowl of stew. I wonder if it was something they stole or if it was made here. Either could be possible, but I do not have the ability to peer significantly far back into an item's timeline. I can only see into and assess its arcane properties. Fraser spread his hands. My apologies. No worries. What else did you find? He removed a mundane-looking belt buckle fashioned from an ebony metal with a faintly opalescent gleam. This may not look like much at first glance, but once you've attuned to its resonance, it grants you the ability to shore up your will to make one last stand when a situation becomes dire. If your wounds become great, then your ability to strike down your enemy increases significantly. You will find your ability to predict your enemy's movements and find weaknesses in the defenses far easier. Kind of a risk-reward trade-off there. He picked up the buckle and felt a resonance of determination sleeping within. You know, this would have been useful yesterday when that Arcalan shredded me open with her arcane art. Fraser's face paled. Indeed, but your own willpower sufficed, for which I am sincerely grateful. At any rate, I believe this would be far more useful to you than I. As I have stated before, if we are ever in a situation where I am forced to engage in physical combat, something has gone terribly wrong, and we are in a desperate situation. You know, if you ever want to change that, I could teach you some basics. How to wield that dagger more effectively, at the least. Maybe train you in how to use something more protective than cloth. Brax cracked his knuckles. I'm more of a fist fighter, and you've only ever seen me in cloth, but Urukmen and Karthik are all required to take military training when we're young. I can put on a full suit of heavy plate if I need to. It's just too expensive to outfit myself in something I'm not likely to use in open water, you know. To his credit, the mage appeared to take his suggestion seriously. I'll admit I have watched duelists and brawlers on occasion and wondered whether that was an avenue I should explore. The pursuit of arcane arts takes up so much of my time, however, and my physique is not what one would call robust. I'm not certain I would make for a good student. The Uruk shrugged his big shoulders. Hey, you don't have to be born into a body like mine to be an effective fighter. If you change your mind, though, let me know. I'll be happy to help you out. Fraser smiled, then removed a pendant from the bag. It was missing its chain, but the pendant itself held a fiery ruby with an inner light that glimmered and danced, as though the flame of a candle reflected from within its facets. The enchantment on this is simple but helpful. When attuned to its resonance, it creates a brief ward any time you are exposed to flame. The effect is minor, but it is self-sustaining and stable, so it should not break. It's pretty. Brax picked up the pendant and admired the illusion of flame gleaming. Even if it weren't enchanted, this looks like it would fetch a good price by virtue of its sparkle alone. I'm not sure if these were worn together, but while the enchantment on this is different, this ring matches it in style. Fraser took a heavy gold ring out and placed it on the table. It, too, had a faceted stone of crimson, but instead of an inner flame, the stone was flecked with fragments of dawn colors, red, orange, and gold, refracted in the sunlight streaming through the window. Brax held the two pieces of jewelry together, scrutinizing them closely in the light. Yeah, the faceting looks like it's the same style, and the way the gold is carved matches. These must have been crafted at the same time. What does it do? First, this has an enchantment that allows it to shift its mass and resize to fit most any sized finger, including yours. Ha! Now if only all jewelry could be made that way. And clothing, and armor, and everything else that's held or worn. Fraser grinned. Indeed. By the way, the earring and belt buckle have similar resizing enchantments. As for this ring, its primary enchantment is related to communication, specifically with Arakan. Provided you share a common language, you'll find interactions with those of draconic heritage are addressed with grace. Brax thought about his Arakan friend back in Port Montarig. That one didn't need much persuasion for a roll in the blankets when it came right down to it. Pondered whether he'd encountered other situations in his past where such an item would have been useful. I suspect this jewelry may have once belonged to a diplomat, but without an art to follow its history back in time, I can only speculate. Excuse me. Fraser set each of the items in a row next to each other. These are all quite valuable items. I'm surprised that we did not find more, considering the nature of these outlaws on the sea. I have a feeling we'll find their main hoard in that locked building. Brax started cleaning up the table. There was enough stew left for one more meal in the evening, which he could keep warm on the stove once he built a slow fire back up. Do you recall if there were any keys in Glenlear's home? I did, in fact, find a ring of keys. He removed it from his pocket. And I still have a mysterious key that we have yet to find a matching lock for. Let's get the dishes washed and see if any of them unlock it then. The two men finished the task and were at the locked building in a question after a short walk. It seems like if this key were to open anything, Fraser started, taking his mystery key out and trying it, it was too small for the lock. Oh, goodness, I wonder if I'll ever find what it goes to. Maybe someday. Let's try the key ring. Fraser flipped through a few keys, and the lock turned with a satisfying sound. Ah, now then, let us see what is inside. The afternoon sun filtered through thin windows and reflected gleaming metal all around. Blades, polearms, axes, bows, and other weapons hung from racks to their right. Armor stands with leather and metal suits of varying sizes, qualities, and levels of wear stood to the left. Against the back wall were a number of chests, various works of art, and stacked ingots of precious metals. Hung all around on the walls were trophies of birds and beasts, both exotic and ferocious, from the island. Both men stood in silence as they stared at the neatly organized load of equipment and treasure. We could outfit a raiding party with everything that's in here, Brax murmured at last, which I suppose is the point. Fraser slowly started pacing around to peruse the equipment. Some of these show signs of wear, but they are in remarkably excellent condition overall. Brax followed him, looking for anything large enough for him to wield, and his eyes rested on a finely crafted recurve greatbow hung on the wall, a quiver of long arrows, and a few bowstrings underneath. Ooh! He picked the bow up and admired its craftsmanship. This is composite. Look, this has been reinforced with crystal. It is a handsome piece of work, Fraser noted. It seems it's a bit worn in spots, but whoever wielded this previously took excellent care of it. I want to fire it. Brax had never felt so giddy in his life. He checked the bowstrings to ensure they would hold, flexed the bow to ensure it was solid, strung the bow, and took it and one of the long arrows outside. Fraser followed along, standing to one side to watch as the Uruk drew the bow. Powerful muscles flexed and bulged as the weapon creaked quietly. With a smooth motion, he loosed the arrow, and it flew fast and true across the road to thunk deep into the wooden door he had aimed for. Brax turned to Fraser with a broad, toothy grin. His face was bright with glee. This is mine now. Fraser laughed. No argument from me, friend. I doubt I could string it, let alone fire it. Would you like me to see if it has any enchantment? Oh, yeah, I guess that would be a good idea, too. He handed it over. I just thought it was a very well-made bow. It may be at that, but let's make certain. He watched as Brax tried to remove the arrow from the door, but he had lodged it too firmly to remove it intact, and it snapped away without its arrowhead. While Fraser peered into the item's properties, Brax took some time to check the rest of the weapons and armor. Most of it was designed for a range of sizes closer to what he would consider typical, from average to above average in height. A couple of pieces were larger, but still too small for him. Oh well, if I only come away from this with a really good bow, I'm still happy. And a very good bow it is, Fraser agreed. So most of this bow's strength is purely in its masterwork craftsmanship. Its size and crystal reinforcement means that only someone around your height and strength could stand any hope of wielding it. It has some enchantment conduits in the metal, however, that can intuitively improve the accuracy of your shot, but only once before it needs some time to recharge. Hey, sometimes one shot is all you need. He accepted the bow back and unstrung it. Thanks, Fraser. Of course. Now, I admit that I am very interested in the contents of those chests along the far wall. He took out his ring of keys. I suspect they will be locked. The mage's hunch was correct, and all of the chests required keys from the keyring to unlock them. Once opened, however, the two men could only stand in silence at the treasures before them. One chest, next to the ingots of precious metals, held neatly arranged stacks of bullion coin in copper, silver, emmer, and gold. Thousands of coins in all. I can read. In neighboring chests, just as neatly organized, rested even more coin minted in currencies from all around Evertania. Brax picked up a slip of paper in one of the chests with numbers, repeatedly crossed out and rewritten, and read the last figures. 600 krone, 2,205 gin, 566 randa, 42 ken, and 2 riker. This chest is filled with Carthenian coin. He examined a different sheet. This one has a pile of kide, udan, and voron used in Harborough and Barad Zul. Fraser opened a different one and removed some small bars of precious metal. This looks like currency from Jidor. This one here, oh, it's full of gems. He looked at the paper within. Unsorted, needs appraisal. I expect that if Glenaleer was the one to sort all of these, she did not know how to value the gems. There's riches here from all around Evertania. These outlaws have been busy over the years. A significant fortune in funds plundered from their prey on the open waters. The mage got to his feet. Brax, surely the people of this settlement had no legitimate claim on the coin and treasures we've found so far, and neither do we. What should we do? The Uruk took a deep breath and rubbed the stubble on his scalp. I'm not sure. You're right, though. As nice as it might be, we can't just keep this. Captain Ragnast knows maritime law better than I do. Maybe he can guide us once he circles back for us. That is a sound idea. He closed the chest of gems. I suppose that also applies to the enchanted items and other similar treasures we have found. There was a note of disappointment in his voice. Yeah, if we're being honest, there's no reason we can't use them until then, right? He finished closing the other chests, picked his bow back up, and collected the quiver and spare bowstrings. That treasure in particular he hoped he would not have to surrender. It was the finest bow he had ever held in his life. The two men left the storehouse unlocked when they left. How about a bit of air and we'll check the surrounding areas for trapped animals, eh? Well, I did rather have my heart set on those books. The mage turned slightly, his gaze drawn back toward the Urkalen's abode. Oh, come on, they'll be here when you get back. He grabbed Fraser by the shoulder and moved him along. I don't want to be outside the palisade on my own in case there's trouble. That is a fair point. He offered less resistance in the face of reason. I shall accompany you. Let me grab another drink here. So, yay, riches. Riches, treasures, enchanted items, loot. The two men swept their gaze across the northern fields once they had stepped past the palisade. Most of the fields were reserved for crops, now battered and damaged from the maelstrom. Some had roughly constructed barns, coops, and fences for pasture or containment. With a broader search of the area, they discovered that Glenaleer's penchant to consolidating resources in an organized manner extended to animals also. One farm was dedicated to larger animals. Idenarog aren't native to this part of Harborough, Brax noted. The elk-like creature was chewing on the wood of its enclosure, having not been fed. He reached up carefully so as not to spook it, and patted the horn on its nose. The creature bleated at him impatiently. It looks like it's been bred for work or as a mount. Fraser examined the dull, earthy browns and greens from its long, hairy hide. I've seen some brilliant, fiery patterns on Idenarog bred for show. It could be a meat animal as well, but it looks like there's just the one, so yeah, maybe not. Brax cast about for a bin containing grain and fodder and dumped a bucket into the creature's feed trough. The Idenarog hungrily began crunching away. He followed suit for the other animals in the barn that were clamoring for food as well in their own ways. Aquasa! Fraser conjured some clean water to fill the water troughs of it and all the other animals in the barn. There are a few Norsirid, some short-haired Gwartheg, plenty of meat and milk production potential from these animals. He tentatively rubbed the soft nose of one of the Gwartheg, and it mooed at him in response. Brax pushed away the bulbous horn on the nose of the Norsirid, trying to get into his feed bucket. Wait until I get it in the trough. Sheesh. Yeah, and there are enough here. I'm guessing there are pairs for breeding. I just had a thought. Fraser furrowed his brow, looking unhappy. What is it? The Uruk finished with his task of feeding and joined the mage by the door. Well, how many of these animals could be considered native to this island? Brax puffed out his cheeks as he considered the question. Wildlife on smaller islands is vastly different than larger land masses, isn't it? Not so much room for large herds of big animals to spread out and grow. I'd guess none of them. That was the conclusion I had drawn as well. Fraser lowered his head. If we were to just let these creatures roam free, what might they do to the local wildlife? Good question. I'm not sure. He cast his gaze around the barn. You think they might do some harm to the local ecosystem or something? Fraser nodded grimly. I've heard of it happening before when invasive species were introduced. I would hate to be responsible for such an occurrence here. Well, we weren't the ones that brought them here in the first place, but I get your point. The Uruk folded his massive arms in thought. Butchering them all would result in a lot of waste and take more time than we have. I want to be back at the northern settlement tomorrow to keep watch for Captain Ragnast. Maybe he'll know what to do. Do you suppose we could just take them with us? Brack swept a hand to encompass the barn. The whole lot? We've had live cargo before, but the captain hates transporting animals. The crew hates transporting animals. It's loud, dirty, smelly business, and not usually worth the coin. I'm not even sure how much room we'd have, since I know we had to skip some stops on the way to handle that assassination business. There's still going to be a lot of cargo aboard that needs to be delivered to fulfill our contracts. The mage looked uncomfortable. There does not appear to be an easy solution to this that does not involve just slaughtering them. No, there's not. I tell you what, the enclosures look sturdy enough, and a creek runs through their pastures, so I think it's safe enough to let them roam and graze for now so they won't starve. We might just have to round them up later once we decide on a course of action. Fraser nodded. That will have to suffice. The two men checked other properties to handle smaller livestock and a coop of fowl that consisted mostly of firebirds. Fraser wrinkled his nose at the scent of bird droppings. At least we know where the eggs came from. Brax reached under a nesting bird by the entry, who screeched and ruffled its bright and orange plumage. Excuse me. Who screeched and ruffled its bright red and orange plumage as he withdrew a fresh egg with a pale gold shell. You want to talk about invasive species? Here's the one you want to worry about. Firebirds were known for their rapid reproductive cycle that resulted in an excellent source of eggs. Their aggressive tendencies in wild species, their clumsy ability to fly, and their penchant to eat just about anything, including their own brood. Brax threw the egg out into the field where it broke, and some of the flock quickly trotted over to it to fight over the scraps of egg yolk. Agreed, the mage... Agreed. The mage continued to look uncomfortable. Brax took a few handfuls of feed from a sheltered bin and threw some out for the birds. Starting to regret what we did? I am, he admitted. What Glenalier did by exploiting the twisted souls of the accursed was not right, but she managed this place in a manner that kept everything organized and smoothly running. We've pulled the rug out from under that balance. Yeah, we're only just now seeing the mess that's about to hit the floor. He brushed his hands off. Still, this sounds like a problem for the Harbor Oak Union Navy. It's too big for the two of us, and frankly, it's not our responsibility in the first place. Fraser remained dissatisfied. I suppose so. Look, it's not like we have to come to a decision right now. We can ask Captain Ragnast what to do. If nothing else, maybe we can get some help from the crew butchering the meat and preserving it for Razgar to feed everyone with. You know he'll be happy with anything we can add to that. We can add that doesn't come out of his provisions budget. As long as we don't drop the entire stock of eggs, sure. He smiled at a memory. He then shook his head in response to Brax's quirked brow. It's nothing, my friend. He hoped Sathis and his friends were keeping out of mischief. With animals roaming and fending for themselves in their gated or fenced enclosures, the two men returned to the palisade. The sun was low in the sky, and they had a lot of work to do the next day. They finished off the stew that evening and turned in for an early, restful sleep. They turned in early for a restful sleep. I can read, I'm not inserting words. You're inserting words. Shush. I'm gonna have to drink water now. The next morning, Brax used his healing art to help himself and Growlnick's wounds recover. While the wounds themselves were closed, Growlnick still seemed sluggish. Probably still hurting from that resonance blast. He gave the beast's head a gentle pat. Yeah, my head still hurts too. Fraser was enjoying another of his steaming hot tisanes. I believe I have finally slept off the lingering effects of that formoric wave. I pray we do not encounter such a force again anytime soon. You can say that again. Brax went over to the Maverick's harness and held it up. Are you ready to work today, Growlnick? The beast chuffed, and though it took him a moment to get to his feet, he approached Brax and stood at the ready to be equipped with his work harness. Good boy, Growlnick. Divra. He grinned and scritched ears with both hands, and the beast gave a happy wag of his tail. We'll just push through whatever they throw at us, yeah? He closed his eyes as he probed the beast's physiology to confirm he had done everything he could to heal his wounds. Just the creature's mind needed soothing now. After breaking their fast, they found a cart that would fit Grolnick's harness and pulled it to the building that held all the treasure and equipment. I'd like to prioritize whatever is valuable, said Brax. I'll start hauling the chests of coin and bullion out into the cart. Fraser, can you give the weapons and armor one last look to make sure we didn't miss anything? Certainly. The subtle weave of enchantment won't escape my sight. He focused on an art to detect arcana, his eyes limned in a sapphire brilliance, and began to sort through the equipment. Thanks. Brax pulled his shirt off and started lifting. The chests were heavy, but nothing his great strength couldn't manage. He was just grateful the various coffers were also sturdy, thick wood bound in steel. He was starting to work up a sweat when Fraser made an excited sound. Brax, I have found and finished appraising this here. He held up a finely crafted rapier of bright silver metal with a glittering yellow topaz in its hilt. He removed the blade from its sheath and held it up. This keen weapon is fashioned of a crystal alloy and allows one to counter an attacker with a riposte that punishes them with an electrical shock if they miss. The mage made an awkward and clearly telegraphed motion in an attempt to emulate a fencer. The Uruk chuckled. If the Navy lets us keep it, maybe you could take up how to use it? Your stance is all over the place there, buddy. Fraser flushed slightly. Perhaps. He sheathed the fine blade and put it on the cart, then continued his search. By the time Brax had finished loading up the cart with stacks of bullion, chests of coin, sacks of artwork, and other objects of value, Fraser had finished his search. I fear I found nothing more besides that rapier that bears an enchantment, he reported. Brax used his shirt to wipe sweat dripping from his face, chest, and neck. I don't think I want to bring anything else from this building with us, then, the Uruk declared, brushing his chest hair with his fingers. The trophies are too bulky, and the weapons and armor won't do me any good. Nor can I use them, Fraser agreed. I want to stop back at the public house next to pick up our stuff and grab some food to bring along with us. Then there's some Krisnil and Mithril ingots that I want to grab from the warehouse next to the forge, and after that, I think we're good to go. There are a number of books from Glenelier's library I should like to bring with us, said Fraser. Besides her personal and research journals, there were some other assorted tomes to keep the mind occupied. I saw some martial manuals you might enjoy as well. Sounds good. By the time they had packed the cart with everything that felt like it was a priority for their trip back to the north part of the island, it was mid-morning. Excuse me. They stopped only briefly to ensure the animals were still in their enclosures and safely foraging or grazing. then started on their journey. The trip took a significant portion of the day, as some patches of road were still treacherous and muddy, and the weight of the cart didn't help navigation. Thankfully, Fraser was able to freeze excuse me. Thankfully, Fraser was able to freeze some sections solid, and they happened upon a trail they had missed in the rage of the storm that took them around the swamp they had become mired in earlier. The group stopped once to take a short break for lunch, then arrived at the northern settlement in the middle of the afternoon. He had hoped to see the Storm Rider's sails on the horizon as they brought their cart to a halt in front of the cabin they were using, but was disappointed to discover no such luck. There's still another day yet, and they could have encountered delays. He grunted as he started shifting their loot indoors. I'll get dinner started. Fraser had carried the lighter loads inside, including their foodstuffs, and he set word to action after he had helped out as much as he could otherwise. By the time Brax was finished and had unharnessed Gralnik, he felt spent, and it was clear the Maverick was tired from lugging the heavy cart. Divra Gralnik. He gave the beast some tasty Gwarthig beef that had been dried and smoked, and plenty of water to drink. Gralnik plopped himself down on the cabin's porch and panted softly after having had his fill. Brax sat on the edge of the cart and unlaced his boots, kicking them off to let his aching feet breathe, then pulled off his sweaty shirt so his body could cool in the steady breeze coming in from the ocean. He took a greedy drink of water for himself before closing his eyes and letting the wind caress his skin and hair. Hard work always felt good, but relaxing afterward felt just as good. Fraser came out to join him. Dinner is cooking. You look like you might appreciate a wash. He raised a hand and conjured a bubble of frothing water. In a bit. Sometimes you just gotta appreciate that feeling of the ocean breeze after a long, hot workday, you know? He gave his legs a mighty stretch, wide feet splaying to separate thick toes. I could speak today. He then did the same for his shoulders, reaching behind him to realign his spine with a soft crack. He finished by lacing his fingers, pushing his hands forward, then raising his arms upward. Each stretch felt good. I can only stand, watch, and be impressed, Fraser admitted. Even amongst Waram, I haven't come across one comparable with your strength or physique. Scaled down to Quorum height, of course. Brax chuckled and rolled his shoulders. You might do in one of the Uruk-governed territories, especially Carthage, seeing as it's on the borders to Jador and Corsica. We get Huaram every once in a while that seek a greater challenge in their training. And you can't get much stronger than an Uruk. He paused. Well, except maybe an Arakan. That buddy of mine in Port Montarig, he likes to test his strength against others in grappling and wrestling contests. All casual sport, though. Low stakes. The mage hopped under the cart to sit next to Brax, and he shuffled over to give the mage a little more room. Is that how you two met? In a manner of speaking, Brax said as he waggled a hand. We actually met on the docks. He was working for a warehouse to help unload cargo. We bumped into each other when we were at port for a delivery, got to talking, had a few drinks, and then he told me about his grappling hobby and how much he would love to test his body against mine. The Uruk cleared his throat. We, may have had a bit too much to drink, though, because our wrestling became less sport and... because our wrestling became less a sport and more of a sport, if you get my meaning. Fraser gave a bright laugh, swinging his legs out and leaning back slightly. I'm sure I read about that kind of sport in that bonfire book, yes. Well, we weren't exactly somewhere private, but I felt him start to struggle a bit, and he leaned in close to tell me he didn't want to stop, but we had to stop. I wasn't as good at reading Arakan facial... oh my god, we're like nearly at the end here. Hold it together. We weren't exactly somewhere private, but I felt him start to struggle a bit, and he leaned in close to tell me he didn't want to stop, but we had to stop. I wasn't as good at reading Arakan facial expressions back then, so I asked them if that meant that I won. The Uruk gave a broad grin. He said to me, "Only if we have a rematch at my place." I thought he meant an actual rematch at first, until we got to his room and I realized what was going on. He showed me a good time, though. He was very thorough. Color had risen to Fraser's cheeks. I wish I could share a similar story of my own, but I'm afraid my own experiences are rather a bit more traditional. Catching the glance of someone across the room, sharing a smile, walking over, making introductions, and having chocha or a tissan together as we got to know each other. Having a quiet dinner and sharing a romantic reading of some sort. Exploring the other's touch, their voice, their warmth, their scent. Fairly tame Warham courtship rituals, I imagine. Brax gave the mage a soft smile. Hey, everyone's got their own way of going about it. As long as you have a good time and be safe, then that's what matters, right? Indeed. He shared a smile of his own. Finding someone you can be safe with is key. The two stared at each other for long moments. The wind wrapped around them, tussling Fraser's shirt and tickling the Uruk's body hair. Fraser. Brax's voice was a soft rumble. You know, if you wanted, it's about as safe and quiet as it's going to get. He lowered his gaze and picked up one of the mage's hands. Things will get pretty busy once the Storm Rider gets here. The color rising to Fraser's face deepened. I won't say the idea doesn't intrigue me. I haven't ever explored an Uruk partner before. Huarim, Ashling, yes. Uruk, you would be my first. What do you want to explore, then? The Uruk raised his eyes to stare deeply into Fraser's sapphire gaze. The Huarim was hesitant a moment. He reached up to caress Brax's cheek, hand brushing against his beard, then pulled him down to press his lips between the Uruk's tusks. Dinner was a bit overcooked that evening. Well, that is that. So that is the end of the Artifacts of Argent Isle. I hope that you all enjoyed. Now what? I just kind of sit here and stare for the next few hours? You don't have a clap emote? I don't either. I think GG. Well, thank you very much. I do hope that you all enjoyed it. I will admit, reading back on this has certainly been an experience. Like, I noticed like a lot of typing errors, that I had thought that I had actually fixed, but apparently I need to do more passes over this when I'm proofreading. So, yay for that. It definitely felt more like D&D than an actual story. It felt a little bit combat heavy in parts. I'm being very self-critical right now. But, you know, I kind of set that expectation. This was basically like, I'm going to do a little bit of solo D20, and I'm going to use that as a vehicle for story writing, and then see what people think. And, like, I read it to my aunt a long time ago, and she said she liked it. But she says she likes everything that I do, so that's not exactly an endorsement I can trust. Like, I can appreciate the endorsement, but it's not one I can consider to be unbiased. So, yeah. There's a lot that I have changed since. It's good. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. There is a lot of lore that has changed. It's a thorough character story. Yeah. And I will say I had planned on taking it further, like after they get picked up. What's going on with that whole assassination plot? I was going to explore that next, and then I just sort of other things happened, and then I pivoted to a different story. Mostly because I needed something to use as a vehicle for world building and not just story writing. I wanted to actually work on fleshing out the world itself, and I needed to pull away from D20 to do it. So I started developing my own system, and that's been an experience. I mean, I do that anyway as a hobby, but I kind of did a lot more. Combat systems are hard. Like, I'm trying to make something realistic. Same thing for like the magic system, the quote unquote health system. There's no hit points. Instead, well, it's sort of like hit points, but like it's a little bit more granular. Like every body part has health, and you apply a wound to a body part rather than the body part losing health. And then when it's accumulated so much damage, certain things will happen. Anything from, it's just you're not really able to use it very effectively, to you're not able to use it at all, to oops, you don't have it anymore. Just depending on what it is. There's a system I was looking at to try to pull some ideas from called Harn Master. And the closed captioning did not like that. They're calling it Hard Master, and that's a different thing. That's something a little bit more explicit that we didn't go into in this story. But yeah, that's been a thing I've been working on since November of last year, I think is when I started. So almost a year I've been working on that story, and it's like the first part is 180 some thousand words, and the second part is like 80 some thousand words, and I've spent a lot of energy on it. I'll say that. That one probably will not be read on stream because there are much more explicit parts. And it's probably a lot more cringy. It's not intended for public consumption. It's just a vehicle for building lore and world building. But yeah, I mean, for what it is, it was fun to do at the time. It could probably use a little bit of polish, streamline some of the tension, the conflict, that kind of thing. But I don't know. I don't hate it. I think that's about as ringing an endorsement that I can give for my own work. I don't hate it yet. Ask me in 10 years. And then it'll be like, this is so terrible. Why did I write this? Arr. But I am my own worst critic. But I'm glad that you thought it was good. I hope that everybody listening in later, hope that they think it's all good. Because it was fun to write. Yeah, I had fun writing it. I'm having fun writing my current thing. I mean, it's sort of like, so in work, somebody like they found out that I write, and oh my gosh, as soon as they found out, they were trying to be like aggressively supportive. And I don't know if you've ever encountered this before, but they were super aggressive about encouraging me and telling me that I need to find a publisher like right now and do it. And it's like, first and foremost, it's not even done. Second of all, no. Aggressive support is good. Corgi. This was more aggressive. This was intrusively aggressively supportive. And I should. You've only read the one part. You've only read the naughty bits. Okay, you've read more than the naughty bits. Tell me when you read the whole 180k thing and tell me I should still publish it. Well, yeah, no, I get it. I'm not rushing you or anything. Jorge actually does have a copy of the first part. Because he read, I gave him an extraction of the the part leading up to the naughty dragon sex. Working on it. Well, I appreciate that, and I hope that you enjoy it when you do get to it. I hope that it's not too cringy or too many continuity errors or anything like that. That was something I can say I'm happy with the story that I just finished reading. Is I think I kept the continuity errors to a minimum. I think it was cohesive. I think. You can definitely see the D&D in spots though. Like, here's a bunch of encounters. Here's a bunch of loot. Here's the person in the bar that you bone in the off time or something. I don't know. Anyway, I can go ahead and close out of my sounds. Actually, let me go back. There. We'll have a little bit of music going while we chat. So, now the question is, what do I do next? Tonight, there's one of two options. Whatever you all feel like having me start. First and foremost, do you all still want to watch me do Final Fantasy Tactics? Because that is going to be a fairly long game, and with a 1 a week thing, that means we're probably looking at between 3 and 6 months for me to finish that. Sure, you're good with the tactics. Okay. So now the question is, do you all want me to start that tonight, or do you want me to start it next week? Because I do have a Final Fantasy 1 randomizer seed rolled up, if we just want something casual to fill in the time. Or I can go and purchase the game and get it downloaded. We can start that tonight. What do you all think? Just happy being here? Well, I am happy with you being here. It brings me joy to see you all here, sharing some time with me, chilling out. Say do a randomizer? Okay. Then we will start Final Fantasy Tactics next week. But this week, now that we have finished seeing what happens to Fraser and Brax, which is they get a bunch of loot and then they bone. Also, I would like an opinion on this one. Do you feel that I tastefully ended it in terms of the allusion to sex? Not illusion, allusion. Okay, my captioning doesn't know what the word illusion is. Illusion. Maybe I'm not using the word. Maybe I want a different word. I claim to be a writer. But the phrase "dinner was a little bit burnt," you think it was okay? All right. Dinner was a little burnt. Dinner was a little overcooked. Dinner was a little overcooked. Why are you not letting me lurk on Reppin's stream? He's also playing this game. And I do hope that he's having lots of fun with it. Because I know he was very excited. I feel like you can sell a little bit more than you think. People tend to enjoy innuendo. That's kind of what I think. Like, so Corgi is kind of better able to put a little bit of input into this because he read that. That's kind of the direction I prefer to lean. Instead of being very explicit. You know, I don't like the... Yes, that is you. So, like, you've read the naughty dragon sex segment. So you kind of know the direction that I kind of prefer to take, like about as far as I will go with the descriptive of what's going on in the bedroom. And you did indeed. So my goal is to kind of lean a little bit more towards sensuality, because I feel that's more enticing. When somebody breasts boobily at you, I kind of shrug and go bleh. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, that's kind of the goal that I try to aim, is like selling it with innuendo, letting you use your imagination, because you know your imagination a little bit better. You can fill in the gaps a little bit better. So you kind of know what's sexier to you to fill in those gaps, you know? And I feel that that's going to be a stronger way to write than to breast boobily at the flagelling penis or whatever. Flagellating. That's what I wanted. She breasted boobily at the flagellating penis. This is going to be great when I post it on YouTube. Especially the captions. It's very well written without it being like they took their splork and screeched into the Jimmo hard. They took their splork and screeched. Sorry. I need a drink. I don't think it's safe for me to drink. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. Yes, thank you for that, Corgi. What was the other thing that you made me kind of mentally crash on? The other thing that you enhanced my life with that I can't remember now, but I wish I had pinned or something? Do I have it pinned in Discord? Let me check. I don't know that I do. I might have. I hope so. If I do, I will read it aloud. If it's not too bad. Corgi. Where do I find pinned messages? Pins. I have... So there's pins for the bacon nacho Frito ranch pizza. And the hoagie bun. I don't think we pinned it. We should have pinned it. If you happen to remember even a single keyword, I could use search to find it. But yeah, I don't remember even a word of it. Unless I look for "you're welcome." Search for "you're welcome." 5 months ago I said "you're welcome." Okay, cool. Thanks, Discord. Okay, well, that might be lost media. I sometimes am funny. Okay, I'll search for that. Oh, come on. I almost did a video call with you, Corgi. That would have been bad. I sometimes am funny. Nope. I sometimes? Sometimes I... Okay. We're gonna have to remember that at some point, and then I'll have to pin it. But yes, Corgi is good at introducing things into your life that you didn't think you needed. And you probably didn't. Cuts to me half naked playing Pokemon. Hi Twitch. Well, more it would be like just the fact that I would inadvertently face reveal, which not on stream, but you know, that's not something I'm ready for. My feeble human shell is not something I'm ready to show off to the world. And probably never will be. Let's see. What I need to do, I need to go into studio mode. Because I need to go into Is this under my background? No. Avatar and chat? No. Twitch features? No. Foreground? Yes. Okay. So I've got my Streamlabs back on. You can dream. I would have to make myself pretty. I'm pretty scraggly at the moment. I'm trying to find a mirror to look at myself to confirm, but I don't know. My beard's kind of I have not shaved my head in a few weeks. I am overdue for grooming. My beard is very my beard is very scraggly. Like, I need to groom it. I need to stop having hiccups. Let's change this to retro. We're gonna keep saying Happy October. Okay. Doing personal maintenance requires you being in a good mood, so work's not helping that. Yeah, I'm hoping that that gets fixed pretty quick. I can definitely understand, like, the sensation of, I am here at work, I should be doing work. This is the compartment that when I am in this compartment, I do the work. But I am in the work compartment, but I'm not doing the work, so it doesn't fit. And it's uncomfortable. If that's the way your brain works, then, and you need to keep active, and you're not keeping active, then, yeah, that's, that ain't cool. I hope that that gets fixed for you soon. I have a related experience. There was a period of time where something on our client side for me being able to access tools was broken. And this was back when I was taking phone calls, so I could not take phone calls. So I did 2 hours of floor support, which was the absolute maximum that they could pay me for a day, and not actually be productive. And then I had to, quote-unquote, go home. So I was productive for 2 hours, and that was for, oh gosh, anywhere from a few weeks to a month, I think it was. And it's like, I really enjoyed doing the floor support, but it kind of sucked that I, like, couldn't do my job. You had to hunt down doctors today, and that was a Sisyphean task. My brain is not parsing what Sisyphean means. Like, I've heard Sisyphean. Sisyphean. What does that mean again? Denoting or relating to a task that can never be completed. Okay. Yeah, unending. The task that... This is the task that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. Yes. Looking at you, Doc Patterson. Hey, Doc Patterson, if you're watching this stream, Corgi's looking for you. He wants to do a thing, a doctor thing. Help him out. Don't be a jerk. He doesn't bite. Hard. Often. Let's see. You have your shots. Yes. You've got your shots. Can we scroll down, please? Okay. Add files. So, we're going to do photosensitivity warning just for now. And I will add whatever we need for Final Fantasy Tactics next week, which is probably going to be just no spoilers, no backseating, I have not played the game before. Like, I've played maybe the first couple of maps or something just to figure out how it works. But that was on the PSP version, maybe? And, or maybe the PlayStation version. I can't remember. But either way, I did not play it for very long. So I'm going in largely ignorant of the bulk of the game. Hungry Gorilla, I tuned in bits and pieces of their playthrough because, again, I didn't want to be spoiled too badly on it. But they're fun. She's fun to watch, so. And if you haven't already done so, give HG a follow. Check them out sometime. They're pretty cool people. Does it automatically do... Okay, it doesn't do that. I gotta figure out how to get my bot to do that. When there's a shout-out, I need to figure out how to make my bot do the slash shout-out. Or something, I don't know. I figured out how to make it automatically do a shout-out whenever whenever somebody raids, so I got that part figured out at least. Let's see. BizHawk. I might disappear for a second. There we go. I had to minimize everything to get to BizHawk. Oh shoot, I don't have my controller plugged in. I need to grab that. Let's see. Game. Ooh, that doesn't look right. At all. Oh gosh. That looks right. That looks very right. Thank you, Val, for the redemption of the Lucky Orc dance. I hope that the wiggling buttocks gives you much luck. This is not correctly set back into studio mode. Expert streamer, am prepared. Can I? No, okay. Okay. Can we scroll down? There we go. Can we center this? Okay, I think that is correct. I hope that is correct. Where's my switch? Oh, let me get rid of this. I need a gamepad. Let's see here, not USB. There we go. Reach for the stuff. The things. Ah. Get in there. Okay. Okay, it works. I'm pretty sure that the pixel aspect ratio is correct. I hope so. It's been a little bit since I threw an NES game at OBS, so I think we're all right. All right. Okay, we'll go ahead and turn the music off, exit out of that, and so I do not know what to expect out of this seed, but I did do a little bit of adjustment. So this is the race seed that me and Jay Johnson usually use, with a couple of modifications. The bosses are going to be from Final Fantasy VI, because I wanted to see how that was going to work. Let's find out. Open NES. All right. We are starting with a thief and a red mage. So, when I created the modifications to our race seed, this is a find your friends along the way seed, or flag set. There are blessings, so we're going to get blessings, we're going to get malices. We'll see what they are in a minute. But I decided to try something new. So we're going to start with one of the fighter types, a fighter, a thief, or a black belt, and one mage type, a white mage, a black mage, or a red mage. So we got thief as our fighter, and we got red mage as our mage. Let's see. We'll do with Axel and Xeon. Now, I do not know what the remainder will be. Those could be anything. I want to move this over a little bit so I can see chat. Oh, that's why it was so big. Hold on a second, I might have to adjust my window again. Window size should be 4x. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, hold, please! I'm resizing things when I don't mean to. Okay. Back to studio mode. Game. BizHawk. Oh my god. Reppin, with you crew, giving me a heart attack. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? How is Final Fantasy Tactics? It is good to see you all. If you guys are not already doing so, please give Reppin Wolf a follow. Check him out. He's streaming more regularly now, and he is a pretty awesome dude. Great, got hard, realized you are super under-leveled. What difficulty are you on? I was told that I should go with Knight if I wanted something close to the original experience. Normal, okay. So that's something I'll have to be watching out for. So everybody from Reppin's stream, if you don't already know who I am Iagra the Orcish Fiddler. I fiddle around with lots of different things. For Orctober, we were reading a story that I wrote. We just finished that a little bit ago. We talked for a little bit, and we decided we're going to fill the rest of the night in with a Final Fantasy 1 randomizer, and then next week we will begin our Final Fantasy Tactics run. So if you are enjoying Reppin's run of Final Fantasy Tactics, whenever you're not watching him, feel free to come over and check me out. In case you're interested in more tactics. We're going to have Tactics Tuesdays for the two of us. Have a great time. So sleepy. No, I get that. If you need some rest, if you need some post-stream care, definitely take care of yourself. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And we will catch you later. Thank you very much for trusting me with your community. And oh, don't forget, we need to hook up. Okay, wrong phrase. We need to meet up with Argok, not hook up with Argok. Somebody might enjoy that too much. Yes, we do need to hook up, not with Argok. we need to get characters figured out for spooky times. That is something we'll need to do very soon. Let me know in Discord, like, when is good this week. You're smart. I misspoke. I'm sorry. I've been speaking bad all night. I've been fumbling over my words. I've been reading from a thing on the page. I'm now no longer reading from a thing on the page, so my brain is gonna fumble it. But good night, Rippin. We'll catch you later. Okay. My brain is done being brain tonight. Let's see how far we get in Final Fantasy. Okay, so here's our characters. We've got a thief and a mage. We need to find our other two friends along the way. They are locked behind NPCs. Each of us have 2 blessings and 2 curses. The thief gets an extra 20 hit points and an extra 10 magic defense. Pretty good. Minus 10 agility, which is not terrible for a thief. He cannot use the pro ring, which is not the end of the world if we find a ribbon, but that does mean he cannot use the best thief shield. No, he actually might have other things as a ninja. This is not the end of the world. This is not bad for him. Nash, our red mage, gains some charges of elemental magic, which is at level 8. He is able to equip the improved cat claw. Meh. We're not going to buy it. Minus 10 intelligence, which is... Oh, wow. He starts with 0. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, no. I have it so that intelligence affects magic. This is not good. He might... I think he'll still do, like, baseline magic damage. I think. I have concerns. And then minus 10 to hit percent means we've got a noodle in the party. He can cast Fire 3 and Lightning 3 right out the door, though. Oh, boy. Guys, I think we're going to be relying on the thief. Oh, look! There's the cat claw. If he wields it, it's better. Where are we gonna get 53k? Well, we can afford rusty knives. Oh god. They give 1 attack, 1 hit, and 1 crit. It's barely better than slapping them. Guys, I think I just rolled a cursed seed. Oh look, a pro ring that the thief can't use. A silver bracelet that barely does anything. Oh boy. Magic stores? Are you guys any better? Life. Fade is in a slot he can't use. Ever. Invisibility, heal 3. You can use heal 3 on class change. Slow, stop, temper, and more slow. We might be fucked. Do I have this? Hold on a second. I'm getting some weird stuff. I don't know. Let me... Well, I can't check the stream. Yes, I can. Hold on. I gotta move this over here real quick. It kinda does it on stream as well. I don't know how to fix that. So, if the pixels seem a little rubbly, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Usually it doesn't. Was I buying anything here? Nope, I was not. We can't afford anything, and it all kind of sucks. Okay, thief. Okay, thief. Have a rusty knife. How about potions? Got anything good over here? Okay, heals are not terribly expensive. No, not that many. This is a lot more expensive than I was hoping it would be. I hope the inn is less than 44 gold. I didn't even look to see how much it was. 23. Okay. Oh good, a chance to strike first. Use one of your 2 charges of this. And at least get us some level ups. Well, let's see what happens when we go up here. Ooh, hold on. Sure. Wait, no, I made a mistake. No! House of Destiny. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, well. Give me 1 second. I gotta figure out what's going on with the pixel doing weird stuff. Is it because I changed the window size in the middle of all this? Can I fix that? Use custom AR. Yeah, everything is set the way it's supposed to be. I don't know what I did wrong. Oh well. Run from the spiders. We don't know what they can do, but I don't want to find out. Money. Great. I mean, we need money, but... No, no, don't slap! One advantage to having a thief, he has enough agility that we can run. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, he has silent touch. Well, we're screwed. How is he doing more damage with a slap than Liam is with a knife? Yeah, this is just a matter of time. This could be a problem. This is worse. This is such a terrible seed. There he goes. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, that's not good. Shoot. Oh, God. Maybe I should try stop. If I cast stop and it works, I don't have to worry about mute touch. And he should be able to get both charges of his fire out. Actually, what was the other one? Lightning or ice? I don't remember. One down. Come on, Garland. Liam is such a noodle. Liam, stop being a noodle. There we go. Alright. We'll try this again. This time we'll try stop. Okay, he's still paralyzed. I should actually do... okay, never mind. We're done. Okay, we got a canoe. And a crystal. Ooh, that's... not a great start. How much money do we got? 772. Can we afford anything? He can't use that. No. Okay, we really need to get to the next town. Anything? Oh, God. Thank you, Wolf, for summoning a Fellspawn. Apparently I've got really short nerves or something tonight because I'm being frightened by orcs wiggling their butt and by Repin appearing in to say hi with everybody and by Fellspawn. It is spooky month though, so I guess that's okay. All of this is garbage. It is October. That is very true. Okay. We are going to get some more cabins. And a couple cures. And some heals. And we're gonna hope we get some good stuff. Have you ever played Faxanadu? You have? It is the shop music from Faxanadu for the NES. A heal potion, 4 gold, and a giant sword -1. It's better than the piece of crap he has right now. He can't wield it! Oh my god! Who can use this? Red mage, great. Okay. Oh no! I do not want to see that. I do not want to see your rod, lady. Not for that reason. You still have the card. Nice! Uh-oh. Normally, I love to see big beefy guys like you, but not today. Okay. Now if... oh, I forgot I have the canoe. This way. Sure, we can take it. You missed. You missed. Okay, a round of missing. Okay. I don't think it has a script. There we go. A little bit of money. I need the money. Yeah, alas, poor Hudson Soft. Uh-oh. Oh no! Wolf, make your friends stop! We're gonna run away. No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh, well, there goes one. Okay. Oh, up. There goes 40 gold. Wolf's enough, please! They ate Nash. Ugh. Well, okay, I might get that. We really need a weapon for Liam. Zap, fire. What does Zap do? Inflicts dead time all enemies. We really need a damaging spell. Scimitar. That is better than the crap knife that he's got. Right? It is, right? Yeah, it's +2. It's not ideal, but it's better than what you got now. Have an armor. You got any good armor? +2 chain, okay. That's not great. Nobody can heal down. Alright. Okay, nothing good there. Controller, please. Oh, nope. Forgot. Moved everybody around. The tail? What is this seed? I might have to give this to Jay Johnson later and see what he thinks of this. Because this seed is... oh boy, it's turning into something. Could you move? Controller? Okay. We have a problem. I don't think I enabled the open extended thingamajig, which means I think we're Ice Cave next. I'll go and check. But I think we're Ice Cave next. This is gonna make me very sad if so. Getting very sleepy? No worries. Hope the randomizer treats you well. It is not. But I appreciate your hopes. And I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. It was good to see you, Wolf. We'll catch you later. Nighty-night for now. I am just checking to see if we have... Oh, we do. Okay. We do. We're gonna... I don't remember how far I extended it. We're gonna go say hi to the dwarves. Oh, look, a pro ring. Well, at least one of us can use it. I want to know, do I have a friend? We do not have a friend. What level are we? 5. So at level 15, Liam becomes a magic key. So I need to remember that. Oh, hold on. Down here, we do have this canal. We do have... Oh, no. We can... Oh, no. I have... Between the canoe and the canal and... oh, boy. We can come all the way over here. We got a lot that's open. Hang on. Can you use... You cannot. But, is there anything good? Nope. Ooh, stun, sleep, confused, lock. I'm confused. Is lock confused? Into ice, harm 4 if we had a white mage. Okay, cure 4. That is expensive. Let's wait. We will come back for that. We will need that. Great. We have no weapon upgrades. Okay, it's better than nothing. Yeah, absorb 9, absorb 28. Ugh, okay. I need tents. Oh no! The floater is 10,000 gold! And there are no tents! Okay, so... We can get the airship. This is apparently a jet seed. We just need money. Ooh, what did I just see over here? Oh, another elf. They didn't look like an elf. I was very confused for a moment. Did I look at the other? No, I did. Cure 2, exit, which we cannot use. Okay, well, white magic sucks. Fire 3, nuke. Nuke, we need that as soon as possible. I wonder when he gets his level 4 spell slots. What are we gonna do? Is it gonna be a while before we really can use any of this? Okay. We'll go ahead and get Cure 4 now. We will get Nuke later. Because we can't use either one of them yet. I just want to save. And... oh boy. So we can do Marsh Cave. That's going to be a little bit easier than Ice Cave. We can go to... Crescent Lake. And... Volcano. Hi. Okay, I need to grind for a little bit. Nope, don't strike first. Stop that. Stop tickling us. Okay. Mage is in the lead. You gotta remember that. At least those don't appear to have scripts. Oh no! They do have scripts! Run. You do not need my help now. Buddy, I need all the help I can get. The Last Fantasy. It is The Last Fantasy. JJ, I was gonna send you this because the start was kind of terrible. So, I did something a little different. I decided I would start with 2 friends. One is going to be either a fighter, a thief, or a black belt. The other friend is going to be a white mage, a black mage, or a red mage. So we got thief and red mage. Red mage rolled with fire 3 and lightning 3 as their magic, and can use improved cat claw, which you can buy in Corneria for over 50,000 gold. He started with 0 intelligence and minus 10 to hit %. And I do have intelligence-based magic turned on, which gives a bonus, but at least he's doing something. Liam, the thief, started with extra 20 hit points, extra 10 magic defense, minus 10 agility, so he started with 40 agility. Not the end of the world. He can't use pro rings. If I can find a ribbon, not a big deal. But we kept finding, like, I have a pro ring that I found. So, that's fun. He can't use it. The starting equipment in Corneria that they could use was a rusty knife that gave 1 attack, 1 hit, and 1 crit. It's barely better than slapping. The armor all sucked. The white magic had... I think white magic had Fade in the slot that the red mage can't use. And no offensive black spells. So I grabbed Life and I grabbed Stop. And I had to use Stop. Because Garland had Mute Touch. So that was a fun first few minutes. Yeah, that was fun. So now I'm trying to get I hope I don't regret this. Oh, actually, hold on. Lightning. And just fight something. Yeah, right now he's using a scimitar that we bought in Provoca because that's as best as we got. Okay, I want Nuke. Nuke is at level 4. I don't know when he gets charges of Nuke. He's got 1 charge of Cure 4. Nash. Nuke. Okay. So, not terrible. We will get to use charges of this stuff. But it's not right in the open. Oh, and Floater is in Elfland for 10k. So it's kind of a Jet Seed. Wait. Oh, that's a Cure 4 with that. You were playing with a seed earlier. Oh, shoot, I gotta turn that off. One moment, please. I'm not looking. Don't tell them not to kill me. Hang on. Here, just fight, guys. Okay, hang on. I gotta turn that off, the Stream Elements thing, because we are done with our reading. Next week, we will be doing Final Fantasy Tactics. So, look forward to that, I guess. Where is Stream Elements? Let's see. Chatbot. Timers? Yes, okay, turn that off. And then chat commands. Let's turn off Worktober. I'm not going to bother enabling Final Fantasy 1R. Because this is just for tonight. Okay. You were playing a seed earlier where you started with a fighter and got good gear, but was forced to go to the ice cave early and deal with the wizards that use blizzard and wraiths and also sleep and stun. Oh my god, that's awful. I thought I was going to have to go into ice cave, but then I checked to see whether or not I had the open progression. So, yeah, that I had to, because I had the canoe, I could come down here. And because there's Floater, I can get Airship as soon as I get the money. Level 6. Let's panic. Okay, I need to... I need to think. Okay, I need more of that to get a little bit of money, to get the Floater, and then we should be good. Hopefully. Excuse me. But Jay Johnson, how are you doing tonight? Hope that you're doing well. It's gonna take a while to build up the money. No, we run from this one. One of them has a script. I don't remember which one. I want to buy a house. You can't complain? That's good. I'm glad to hear that life is in a state that is non-complainable. Okay, we're gonna do that. do I have? 2. That's not enough. It's like I had a button to mute my mic, and why were you not muting the... Oh, no, there's no cabins here. Okay, well, 2 is all we get. Ration them carefully. You think HG countered off your stream... Countered your off-stream Castlevania run for Club CRT's monthly challenge? You still feel like you gotta play it for stream? I've not done any of this stuff. I admit I'm just really terrible about keeping track of what's going on in all the different Discords, including Club CRT. Like, when there's too many channels in a Discord server, could you guys stop touching me? When there's too much, like, I don't know where to look. No, it's the werewolves. Stop it. Okay, we gotta stay away from werewolves. They'll crisp us. But yeah, I'm not really sure how the rules of that work. Did I use any magic? 4, 3, 1, 2. No, I did not. So... Okay. I still got a house and a cabin. We're gonna get our cardio in. Could you stop? Oh, and I found the tail already. Ooh, experience. Nice. That puts us at 7. She has a post on the server. You get a point for beating it, 2 points for 1 CC, 3 points if you do it deathless. Can anyone use this? Fighter and Knight. Cool. Free cabin. And money. Ooh, we are almost at floater. So this was a very good upstairs. Downstairs? First? It was a very good thing. Oof. I stretched that for all it was worth. Oh no! Werewolves! No! No, let us go! Oh no, we don't have enough heals for this. How many Cure 4s do we got? Well. I have to do. Are points just like you do whatever? I don't. No! No, no! Well, this is gonna be fun. Oh wait, I need one thing. I don't have this memorized yet. I have a little map for whenever I get to the bottom floor. Alright, we gotta avoid werewolves, we gotta avoid zombies. I don't know if we avoid these. This floor is going to be dangerous. I'm very worried here. I know there are werewolves on this floor, I think. Let's see, this one has chest. House, cool. monies. Cool. And then... Right, that one's upstairs. Better than nothing? 7 minus 9. 5 minus 0. I think he needs the evade. Let's see. Down. Excuse me. Oh boy. You just sit there and look pretty, Liam. Oh no, they're surviving. Oh no, they're surviving. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think we're screwed. Well. Well, that was a fun time. Let's do it again. I have not seen this combination before, and I don't want to see it again. Oh, great. They have silent touch. Oh, right. Crawls. Wait. It was creeps from before. Okay. Never mind. My brain is not braining. I'm sorry. They have mute touch? Holy shit! How many times did mute touch roll on this seed? I thought it was an even redistribution. I didn't think it added extra. Oh. Please don't hurt me. Okay. 4 damage is not bad. Provided it's not 4 chances at death touch. These were all good things, right? Oh no! Run away, run away, run away, run away. This was garbage. Oh, good. Chance to strike first. Excellent. Wait, do we have... We don't have any charges of nuke yet. Fire and... Oof. Just do something, Liam. Oh my god. How are they still alive? Okay, no more risk of stone. How are they still alive? Oh, okay, cool. You just slapped him. All right. Not a ship. Okay. Not a bad place to grind. We don't need the ship because as soon as we have enough money, we are just gonna go and cast. We're gonna go get the floater. Okay. So I technically don't need to come back here if I die. I mean, I need the money. Yes, run away. Did anybody get hurt? Let's see. Nothing in there. Hey. Stop. That's rude. Let's see. Skip. And then chest. Okay, that'll be... money? Good, yeah, run. Okay. Time to clench. Silent touch is not the worst thing in the world right now. I don't remember what you do. Oh! That's what you do. Okay, cool. Thanks. I didn't need to know that. I have to come in here to get the money. Never mind the ship. Oh, gosh. Okay. I technically do not need the ship. I could leave that sit. I can come back later to get it and grind XP. Because that is going to be a good spot to grind. They had a lot of money for winning that battle, too. So I could take it anyway? I might need to. Get 8,000. There's nothing there. I can sell the silver bracelet. I think that's not going to be a whole lot of money. What was the other... That's not worth anything. And then, what was the other thing? Excuse me, Bat. I can sell that. Yeah, if I can sell that opal gauntlet, opal gauntlet. Because at... What is it? -5. That is the worst I can possibly get. There is going to be better. There's going to be much better. I'm certain of it. So I can sell that. I just need to get to the top and save. Then I don't have to worry about the ship. I can get the floater. Oh my god, there's a thing. We need to go. We need to go. I'll go ahead and use this anyway. Okay. Not as much panic on this one, but still scary. Okay, we did it. We made it. There's a werewolf. That's probably gonna kill us. Nope. Okay, cool. Run. 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 Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, I see we're in the part of the RNG table where we get hit a lot with encounters. Okay. Now we're in... Oh, okay. Not the quiet part, but a quiet part. I want to be in town. Let me go to town, let me go to town, let me go to town. Oof. Okay, now we're in town. Let us sell the things. Buy a floater. And save. Okay. Let's go get an airship. Excuse me, sir. I said let's go get an airship. Not let's wrestle an ogre. I don't mind wrestling ogres. I have no problem with close contact with big, beefy guys. But we're in a hurry. Oh no, I don't know what you do, but it's probably not fun. You don't have a script? You probably don't have a script. Okay. Please don't have scripts. Okay, you tickle. Still tickling. Okay, this is a problem. 2 werewolves. If they both cast cremate, if one casts cremate, it's a problem. Okay, we're gonna have to do this. Okay, well, you gotta get out of there. Well, we're all out of that. Are we in the good part of the table? I think we're in the good part of the table. Oops. Out of curiosity, is there anything good here? Oh look, a gold bracelet +1. That's not the worst in the world. It's also very expensive. See, why don't we run into this in Corneria? This would have been great. 15, 25, 25. Okay. Literally the beginning knife in the game is better than what he's got on now. Oh look, life 2, and he can't... Well, actually I should go get promoted before I start looking at these. Do we have a friend? We do! Another thief. I came here to learn everything about the Fiend of Earth. You got to respect such a dangerous adversary. Oh boy, we got 2 thieves. So that is one downside to what I'm trying here with 2 friends and then you find 2 more along the way. They could both be our starting roster. So we could have 2 thieves and 2 red mages. Which, not great. Let's go with, we need to go into the dragon butthole. That way we can get bigger. Oh, thank goodness. I forgot. I was going to turn on that you have to fight Bahamut, and I forgot to turn it on. I'm suddenly glad that I did. Sometimes you leave that as a question mark. I considered it. Let's see. Which dragon holes do we need to explore? I forget which ones have treasure. I should make a little reminder map. Okay. Okay. I will take it. That would be the loose bottle. No, this is not one of the holes I want to explore. It's not gratifying. I should probably pick up a cabin or something, or some tents. Money. Cool. Money. Oh, look, a cabin. I'm gonna go save. Because I am fully expecting to run into a monster and then everything will fall apart. Oh, look. We cannot cast nuke yet. Here, have a fire 3. No, wait. Have a lightning 3. And, oh, can you use magic yet? You cannot, but... Hello, I'd like to fight. Let me fight. 5 damage is not much. This is probably not great. Whoop, okay. Will I get it out in time? Yes. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Loose chime? One of those must be incentivized. So either the bottle was loose or the chime was loose. Either way, we found the loose item. Also, you are suddenly equipped with the next best thing that you could get. Because +5 is as good as we get. So, yay, Liam can actually do damage. Another setting you like to play with is randomizing what the chime unlocks. What are the options? Like, is it just towns? I forget. Where am I going? Oh, gotta be careful. Oh, shoot, no items. Bloop. Buttons. Randomizes which cave it unlocks, but you can extend it. Okay. Hello? $64. Let's go ahead and give you this for now. And... oh, gosh. Orcabard Neil, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody's scaring me today. I don't know why. I'm just very easily startled. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know who I am Iagra the Orcish Fiddler. I fiddle around with lots of different things. We were doing a little bit of reading of a story earlier tonight. We finished that up, so we're filling in with a little bit of Final Fantasy Randomizer, and then next week we will be starting Final Fantasy Tactics. How did your stream go, Neil? I saw that you were playing Lucifer with us. I popped in for a little bit. Oh, the R is for Randomizer. Yes, FF1R, Final Fantasy 1 Randomizer. My brain is not braining today. But I noticed that you were, in the, like, I saw you in that one part before, with the puzzling of the explodey head thing. How did that go? Were you able to kind of figure out the direction with that's supposed to be solved? Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Short but sweet and only a tiny bit of jank. Was it just the one case? Like, is that the whole game? Is that one case? Because, oh, 3 cases in total. Okay, I was going to be a little concerned there. I was like, if that's the only case, I was like, ooh, that is a short game. It looked like, I like the interface that I was looking at. I can understand why there might be a little bit of jank to deal with. But it looked interesting. But, GG on completing it, I guess, then. Where am I going? I am hang on. What do I got in my items? We have the chime. Rod. And I need to find tents somewhere. But yeah, this, so this Final Fantasy 1 Randomizer seed started really rough. Oh, we got Power Gauntlet. Excellent. Trade. We do not need you. We'll keep you. We will move you down here in case we get a fighter. Can you equip this? You can. Excellent. Okay. I think Liam is going to be our defensive fighter then. But yeah, we started with a, the flag set that I have, we start with 2 friends instead of 1. We have to find our other 2 friends along the way. We have a ninja waiting for us once we defeat whoever is in the Earth Cave. They are all Final Fantasy VI bosses, so we'll find out who we'll be fighting in a bit. And we have 2 blessings and 2 bonuses, 2 malices. Excuse me. So our Red Mage started with Fire 3 and Lightning 3, a couple of charges of that. And they can use an improved Cat Claw, which was in Corneria, for 50-some thousand gold. Which, you know, good luck getting that at the start of the game. Started with 0 intelligence when I have the flag set for intelligence-based magic. And minus 10 hit, which means he's a noodle. Our ninja, on the other hand, gets an extra 20 hit points, an extra 10 magic defense, minus 10 agility, which was not the end of the world. He started with 40 instead of 50. He cannot use pro rings, which is not the end of the world if we find a ribbon. Let me mark that I took this thing. Okay. So our ninjas are not the worst in the world. Where's your spell slots? I guess we have not leveled you to a point where you get spell slots yet. Which we need to remedy. What are we here for? Tents. I need tents. Please tell me you've got tents. Thank you. Not that we need any weapons. Yeah, we're not looking for weapons. I think we need armor. Oh, you can use chain now. Do we want to give you chain? What do you got right now? Yeah, we want to give you chain. Cool. Where'd this come from? How did I get that? Oh, if you hit select on the menu. Okay. I did not know that. If you hit start, and then in the start menu you hit select, you get your movement stats and your battle results. So we've had 6 game overs. Not a surprise. Ambush is 9, struck first once. So there's 27 of 241 chests. 6 resets. Well, that would be when we died. What am I doing? Armor. I'm gonna keep this just in case you need it. Actually, no, you will need a cap. Don't know what I'm doing. Don't mind me. I should. Oh yeah, we should do the magics. Okay, white magic kind of sucks. Warp, I guess. I want to save. Let's see. We are not yet at level 15, so we do not have our thief as a key. That's just a house and some money. I don't care about that. Bloop. Go this way. You cannot learn life 2. That makes me sad. You can learn wall. Ooh, that's a lot of money, though. Lightning 3. He cannot use. Okay, I think that's as good as I might get. New corp. There was exit. Where did I see exit? Was it in 2? Was it 2? Provoca. Level 2 magic. Exit? No. Where did I see exit? Oh, I think it was in Corneria. Where the heck did I see exit? Heck, I don't remember. Alright. Where do I want to go? I gave... I think it's either... We got Ice Cave, we got Volcano, we got Earth Cave. I'm gonna get exit. Oh, I was right about to stop as well. Do we got nuke yet? Not yet. Liam, smash! Is he equipped with a giant sword? He is. That's why he's doing so much damage. Sort of. For a mage. Excuse me, controller? No, don't do that. So one of the flags that I have on here, it makes the quote-unquote elemental swords. Oh boy. do a lot more damage. Like, I think it's extra 30 power. So, like, that 20-something sword is going to be, like, a 50-something sword. Oh, God, why? I needed more healing magic, I think. Please burn. Thank you. Okay. Yep, we do not have the slab yet. So we cannot get the goods that are here. Okay, we already got life. We will never learn fade. We got cure 4. There it is. We will never learn exit. No, makes me sad. Nothing great here. I might have to take wall. Where did I see wall? Oh, that's really expensive. We're gonna wait. Let's go ahead and give you temper. Oh, no, hold on. Go back. Level 3 sucks. Nuke. We've got nukes already. Liam can learn nuke. Where's fast? Oh boy. This could be a problem. Oh boy. It is either level 7 or it is level 8. And it's in Gaia. No, it's in Gaia or... What's Watertown called? Onrak? No, leave the Tyro. Leave the Tyro. Tyro, leave us. No, too many. Oh look, we've got a nuke. We're gonna run. There's fast, and he can learn it. Oh, that's expensive. And late. Oh boy. Well, at least he has it. Oh, level 7 slots. Oh, that's gonna be so late in the game. Nothing for it. Nothing for it. We want to go this way. Did I go too far? No. We are good in terms of this. Yes. Tent. Okay. Time for Earth Cave. Ruse. That is excellent. We're gonna have a very dodge tanky ninja eventually. Whoop. Forgot about that. Ask me a question and I'll tell you no. Ask me no question and I'll tell you no lies. Sure, we'll tangle. Big beefy noodles. Oh, we don't not have warp. We do not have warp charges yet. So that's fine. Ah, no mute. Oh my God! So many things have mute touch. What is with this? Do I have a house? I have 2 houses. I'm gonna hold off on them. I wish that I had the encyclopedic knowledge of experience that Gyre does. Because then I could more easily assess, is this an enemy... Okay. You die now. Is this an enemy group that will have experience that's worth it? Actually, no, I just realized I could grind down in the marsh cave. Actually, no, that would be a pain in the ass because I don't have exit. Okay, well, let's take a heal potion. Run, 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 run. No, no, we are in trouble. Oh, God. Run faster. No! We die. We almost died. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Well, bye everybody. There he goes. Oh my God. We're gonna do this later. Did we don't have the crown, do we? No, we do not. What level are we? 11? Not yet there. Okay. We're gonna have to do Ice Cave and Volcano. Because we do not have the oomph to take care of werewolves and other things. Where the hell are we on the map? Or Voca, this is not where I want to be. Nope, that's not how you land a ship. Wait a minute, did I? Okay, yeah, we're good. I used 1 charge of the level 8, but that's fine. It's not a big deal. Oh, shoot. Are you the ones? Do you do the thing? Shit, you do the thing. Well. Guess we're doing Volcano. Look, I just want a ribbon. Can there please be a ribbon somewhere? Okay, flame armor. Wait. Was that -3? 28, 16. It's better, I guess. Oh God, please run! We nearly got eaten. I'm sorry, Mr. Dragon. Liam is not into vor. Don't need that. Nope. Cool, no ribbon yet. We're probably gonna have to sell that. Alright, let's see if we can get out. Hold on, I forgot to recharge. Oop, nope, try again. Okay. In theory, we can get to this, bottom of this, check out all the stuff. Oh, that was worth it. Do you have the one equipped? You do. Okay, cool. Fire 2, hooray. I guess that's better than nothing. Chance to strike first. We run. Okay. Alright. Okay. 1917. Oh, good. We get a chance to strike first. We're out of here. Money, money. That was garbage. What is with the pro rings? So many pro rings. Oop, nope, hold on, you're not quite full. Please run. Oh my god! Oh my god. Well, that wasn't worth it. I don't even know what the first thing was, other than death. Oh my god, please let me go. Well. Can we get to the Fiend? Silence, great. That's what we need. Okay, well, we finally made it to the Fiend. We're down half of our party. But we've got a nice 69k in gold at least. Ow, that was my hand. Oh look, it's Katana Soul. I got a bigger katana. So, okay, Jay Johnson, if you're listening, or if you're watching, so this is one of the Final Fantasy VI fights. I think they did a pretty good job in making it look kind of like it does in the game, in Final Fantasy VI. Like, it took me a minute to parse it, because it looks like he's wearing a garbage can lid for a hat. Yeah, there's a lot going on that I'm not sure about, but you know what? It's okay. I like it. Frost, great. 1 damage, okay. Darkness, great. Ooh, you hurt. And I hurt more. Okay, 1 fiend down. Not the fiend I wanted to do, but I'll take it. We do not have a ribbon. So I can either... I have to go elsewhere. I need a ribbon. That's all there is to it. I need some way to block Cremate. Let's see. We can do a few chests here. Nope, please leave us alone. Yeah, but yeah, we need some way to stop all the stoning from happening. Ooh, gold bracelet. Yeah, we're gonna give that to you. We do not have warp charges yet, I think. We do not, nope. So we walk out. Enemies, please do not touch. Shit! Oh, fun. Nuke! Oh, you hurt. Please die. Oh, good. A chance to strike first a bunch of vampires. Actually, I should have taken that fight. That would have been a good experience if we survived. Good. Please run. Thank you. I don't like this. Sure. We didn't have an item that cast a spell? Ow. Yeah, mage. Or, that thing with the stuff. And that. Stop it. Stop it! Oh, God! Well, bye! Damn initiative. Almost at 15, though. Anything good? Pure gold, silver, experience. Another light axe. Ninja can use this. I don't know if this will work, though. Okay, no, that does work. Don't need that. No ribbon. Ugh! Okay, well. They have mute touch, but it's not the end of the world. Because they don't seem to have any scripts. And we now are a key. We gotta get out of here. Uh-oh. Why did I do that? Eh, good enough. Sorry, the missing 4 hit points are gonna bother me. Okay. As far as we're gonna get with that. Who had tents? I should have bought more tents. I gotta think. Where can I go? I'm a little rusty at the moment, so... And this seed is not very easy. Oh wait, no, we're a key. Eh. No. Controller, please. Sorry, that was my head banging against the microphone. Oh, sod it. I'll go and check... Well, I'll go check the Wharf Cave. Do you mind? I don't have adamant, do I? No. No. Flame sword? I don't know how I feel about that. Can, you use it? You can. 26, 2010. Yeah, I guess that'll do. Unless I know I'm going to be going after a giant or a dragon. I feel this is a stupid move, but I'm going to check Derp Castle here. Shimmering, that's the word I was trying to think of. An agama. I do not want Heal Helmet. I will take Heal Staff if I can find it, but Heal Helmet is a little bit of a pain to use. A Pro Cape, +5. Ooh, this is considered a shield. Yeah, we're gonna have to not carry the Zeus Gauntlet then. Bane Sword +5. Wow. That might be... let's see. 32, 35, 35. Yeah. You can use this, yes? Yes, Red Wizard. Okay. Alright. We got a grind spot. So, we should be able to level up fairly quickly, thanks to the Agama here. Or Agama. Sorry, I'm not pronouncing it the way Jair does, and he's the expert, so I guess I should pronounce it his way. The Agama. It's been a while since I was in a stream, so it hasn't really, like, gotten wired into my memory exactly. Why am I pronouncing it Agama? Like, where is my brain putting that together? I don't know. Oh, I gotta adjust my seat. What level do we want to be at? It is 123. I guess that doesn't really matter. I forget how many, like, what the thresholds were for extra hits. Is it every 32? I don't remember. I forget. I guess when I start seeing 5 hits out of Liam. Wait, how much do we need? It's not that bad. Maybe we'll go to 20. Actually, maybe we'll stop at 19. Oh! He's getting magic slots, finally! Or spell slots. $127. Yeah, I think this is fine. He's got 3 magic slots. I'm gonna go get the house. I want the House of Destiny. Houses are expensive. Have you seen the housing market? It's nuts. Okay. Did I use potions? No, I did not. Still need more tents somehow, but... we still don't know where our other friend is. Could be down here at Elf Cave, or Elf Land. Let's check. We don't have the herb or anything yet, but I want to see if my other friend is here. They are not. Okay, we're gonna plunder your chests. And I mean that literally, not figuratively. See, here are your chests, we are plundering them. That is garbage. That is garbage. Another pro cave, okay. Weapon drop. Armor, we'll drop the chain armor. So this is 16 versus 13. So we'll keep the pro cape for somebody who needs it. I don't know who that'll be. I really want to know what our other friend is going to be. That would be very valuable information. Because we know we're getting another thief, which is going to be a ninja right away. Oh, goody. While the crown is missing, I can attest that this is indeed the real King of Northwest Castle. We're gonna get a black mage, which means we can sell anything related to knights. Oh, gosh. We're gonna get a black mage. Cool, this is all effectively money. Oh, thank you for the reminder to stretch. Oh, gosh. Let me get up on my feet here. We'll go into town. Have a nice, pleasant town music. The other arm is a little harder to stretch because that's my frozen shoulder. Uh-oh, what just happened to my headset? Okay, that was weird. Kind of. I've been sitting cross-legged for how long? Many hours? Almost 4 hours. I am terrible about posture when it comes to my office chair. I sit cross-legged. Or I'm sitting on a leg. But thank you, Eros, for the stretch redemption. I definitely needed it. I really did. Oh gosh, where am I going? Constantly switch up your posture in your chair. I try to do that. You might have heard me doing that a couple of times, but yeah. Everyone gets to hear how squeaky it is on the mic. I don't know if you could hear my chair or not when I was getting up out of it. I need more tents. And I want more tents. It's very important for an orc to be able to pitch a tent. Where am I going? Am I selling stuff? I am selling stuff because, oh boy, I know I'm getting a black mage. So let's see. You're the armor shop. What are we selling? Keeping you, selling you. We're gonna keep that. Gonna keep this. So opal, silver, silver. Wait, who can use silver? Hang on. Fighter and ninja. 11 versus... Okay, I guess we're keeping the silver. And so we're just selling the 2 opal shields. Well, these aren't even worth that much. Jeez. I don't know that I've actually heard your chair, Eros. If I have, it's not really come to my attention. Okay, I think we're good on items. There are so many things I need to get. Alright, we're gonna try Earth Cave again. We do not have a ribbon yet. We have 0 means of resisting petrification. So we're gonna have to hope and pray that we don't get stoned. Okay. Big guy is friendly. We're gonna leave him alone. Big beefy guys like to heal. We're gonna leave him alone. Can we get some healing? That's not healing! Okay, run. Okay, you're supposed to treat us to dinner and then turn out the lights. honestly. Ogre's just no sense of priority when it comes to wooing us. We're gonna leave that one alone. Oh, this is a bad one, I think. I thought one of them had scripts. I forget. Oh good, we can run from the wizards. Thing? Yes, thing. Yeah, experience. Are we at 20 yet? No. Excuse me, Bat. Don't trust you. Okay, phew. Oh, nice. We get to go first. Controller. Excuse me, Bat. Pardon me. There's the adamant. Oh no, 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 run, 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 run. I still have concerns. The cockatrice is going to be very dangerous. Nope. No. And I don't recall if that's going to be an encounter on this floor as well. Oh, look, money. There's the heal staff. Who gets it? Let's give it to you. Silver hammer ain't gonna do much. That was not the right place to step, was it? Don't always remember where the trap tiles are. We do not need silver hammer. We especially do not need one with a -5 modifier on it. Oh no, werewolf! Run, 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 run! Oh god, 6 cockatrices. That's way too many cock for me. Thank goodness, it didn't make us hard. Nope, go that way. Cockatrixin, yes. Okay. Okay, trolls just tickle. I can take tickling. Nope, do not fight. Okay, we managed to make it here relatively intact. Fiend. Which boss is this from Final Fantasy VI? I kind of feel like maybe fewer colors. Maybe. Anyway. Oh, look. And it's gone. Alright, well, that was exciting. I have no idea what that was. Now we've got a cube. We can go defeat the Fiend of Wind. This way. So we just need the crown to get our black mage. Whoops. Whoops. Fumblefinger's not able to go across the bridge. I came here to... Wait. I came here to learn everything about the Fiend of Earth. You gotta respect such a dangerous adversary. We just beat him. Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot about the old man with the crown. Okay. Now? Alright, let's do this. Oh my god, that was the condition. I could have had him with me this whole freaking time. All I had to do was pick up the crown from the old man. And now we can go get our black mage. We could have had a full party the whole freaking time. Oh, look, a tuba. Whoops. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do a cure 4 on you real quick. Cool. You do this. Wow, you survived. You didn't. Tuba get. I almost did a terrible thing and pressed A. So when that happens, that replaces whoever you selected. If you don't select a blank spot, you overwrite the person that you had. So I almost lost a ninja and would have had 3 people throughout the rest of the game. Well, I would have just reloaded my save. Oh no! He doesn't have magic slots. Oh wait, hold on. He needs to rest to get magic slots. I'm just a dummy. Alright, let's get you guys equipped. I don't know what to do about armor, but you trade, you get a pro cape, you get the helmet. Can you use this? I don't know, I can't tell yet. You cannot use pro rings, so one of these are gonna have to be sold. Alright. You can use it, good job. That gets sold, this gets sold, okay. We'll have to figure out the rest of the armor equipment in a minute. Bloop, too far. I'm gonna do it. It's stupidly expensive. There's absolutely no reason to give this to the Red Wizard. You can't carry anymore. I think. Let me see something here. 32. The thing is, okay, we'll do this. Before we do something stupid. Also, let's get you equipped with that. I gotta sell some of this crap before I do things like this. Let's get rid of the ice sword. Get rid of the other ice sword. Nope. Weapon. Yeah, we'll give you light. Flame needs to go. Vorpal needs to go. I think Vorpal needs to go. Black Mage. Oh my god, I never checked the Black Mage's features. He can wield legendary equipment? We can give him Excalibur if we find it. He cannot use the Masamune, Masamune. That's okay, though, because we can give him Excalibur. Nobody else can wield it. -1 hit per level. He's going to be a noodle with it. That's fine. 20% hit. Cool. Black Mage can slap. Alright, well, let's go ahead and give you the Vorpal Sword, then. It's not my first choice, but sure. Pardon me, could you move? Thank you. Okay, armor. Xeon has our opal. Sell that. Alright. Excuse me, lady. Excuse me. Pardon me. Thank you. Okay, so we've saved in case I make a terrible mistake. Not sell, buy. Cat Claw. Yes. Nash. Okay. So we are at 4371. That was a mistake. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Let's go spell shopping. Was here, I believe. Nope, missed. Hang on a second. 16102. It's fine. Oh no, run. We have found 0 ribbons. That is a concern. Zero ribbons is a big concern. We do not have the slab yet. We're going to go ahead and give you stop. We're going to give you temper. Fire 2. Actually, we're going to give you ice as well. Because of the improved spells, it's sort of like a tier 3 version, just against a single target. I believe I have lock set to automatically hit, so we're going to try that. Because I had nothing else to do with level 3 slots. Nuke? Nope. Wow, everybody can use nuke. That's actually really kind of amazing. You can use warp. Lightning 3, I guess. Sure, why not? Meh. Not at level 8. Oh, I didn't need to pick up Bane. I've got fast. It's fine. Okay, temper fire to nuke. Okay, I think we're about as good as we're gonna get for spells. Do you mind? We never went into Ice Cave, did we? No, we did not. Now that we have Warp, we can get the incentivized chest nice and easy. So, let's see if we can survive the cockatrices again. I went too far in the up direction. Okay, let's see how well we do. We're on the good part of the RNG table. I'm not expecting cockatrices here, so we're kind of burning the good part of the table. Okay. Cool, a Pure Potion. That's great. Now we're in the crappy part of the RNG table. No, that's not the right one, you dum-dum. Cool, I don't need the canal. I guess Ninja can use that. Oh, did I? Oh, right. Pro ring. Okay, well, let's check the other things. Ooh, don't like that. Screw it. We have nukes out the wazoo. And katanas, and more nukes. Okay, no problem. That's an Agama worth of experience, so I'd rather just grind on Agamas. You're not going to be worth it. We will leave the big beefy buff cakes. Big beefy buff cakes, yes. You know what? I don't know what I'm saying, but we're going to leave them alone. It is after midnight. I forgot to turn this off. One moment, please. Okay. Ogres, huh? Indeed. Buttons? Okay, there we go. Whoop. Big beefcakes. We're gonna leave them be. We're not gonna penetrate them with anything sharp. Don't like you. Gonna run away. Cool. None of that was worth it. Please don't use spells. That was a decent experience boost. I don't like you, gonna run away. Oh, you tickle. I like it when dragons tickle. Don't read too deeply into that. Arbone. I'll Arbone you. They do not need Coral Sword. They do not need pocket change or more pocket change. Listen, Noodleface, leave us alone. That was mean, I'm sorry. It's just been a very long day. We still have not found a ribbon. We still have not found a ribbon. I don't know why I'm selling this stuff instead of dropping it. I will sell the pro ring. See what it's worth. Not much. Do you have tents? You do not have tents. You need heals, though. When I learn how to push buttons... Oh, we're full. Okay, cool. That works for me. Oh, you're an expensive inn. I've got so little money. 100 gold for an inn? Oh my gosh. Where the heck am I going? Oh, you know what I never did? I don't think I did. Did I check the locked room in here? Because I'm walking around with 2 keys. I think I did. I think I am going back and doing dumbs. Yep, I did a dumb. Okay. I'm glad that I'm not racing, because I'm doing so many dumbs. Okay. Ice Cave was a lot of nothing. We're done with Volcano. We're done with Earth Cave. Did we find a snack? We do not have snack for Giant's incentivized chest. So we don't have Oxyale. So we've got Waterfall, we've got where the tail normally is. Did we explore Dragon Butthole Islands? Yeah, we did. And Sky Castle. Let's do Waterfall. If I have to do another deep dive on Marsh Cave, I'm gonna be very... No, I don't have to. I shouldn't have to. In fact, I don't even have to do a normal run in there, because the only thing that the incentivized chest has is a ship. Hello, Nacho. We're going to eat you. Crunch, 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 crunch. Crunch, 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 crunch. Crunch, 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 crunch. Nachos. Not the right kind of snack. Chance to strike first will kill you. Oh, shoot, not this way. I don't know why my brain knows this dungeon, but just like really briefly at the beginning, it tries to short out or something, and it's like, no, go north, no, go left. Do we get an oob? No oob. No out of bounds bat. Yeah, go ahead and slap. Oh, good job. will run. You will nuke just in case. Oh boy. Oh boy! Oh boy! We may have a slight problem. Okay. Okay. Alright. Good. Yes. Good. Pocket change. Pocket change. Sure, why not? That one's pretty. And now it's pretty dead. Sort of pocket change. Lots of pocket change. Oh, good. The TNT. 255. Wow, that was not worth it at all. That was not worth it at all. The TNT better have something really damn good. Does anybody remember that dwarf's name? Derek? Oh, hello. Goodbye. He has a name. Pretty sure that dwarf has a name. All the other dwarves are just dwarf. Over here. Oxyale. Good. That opens up another dungeon for us. So we can do Sky Castle. We can do Sea Shrine. Let's go ahead and do Sea Shrine. Really? I'm like 2 steps away from town. Oh, you have no heals? Okay. You know what? I'm gonna buy a couple houses. It's not free real estate. Do I have your stuff already? Pure Home 2? Yeah, we got your stuff already. Oh, you're a really expensive inn. I almost couldn't afford you. I'm waiting to see if JJ does it. I'll take experience. Well, you're too late now. I'm in the wrong place. You're gonna have to wait. And I don't remember which rooms are it either. This is all pocket change and garbage. Oops. Okay. Oops. Dang it. Can't you people install floors? Oh my god. Please tell me that there's a ribbon somewhere. One of the incentivized chests has a ribbon. And there are 2 more loose. Where the hell are they? Hey, we found Excalibur and it sucks. $39, $26, $1. $26, $28, $63. You know what? That 39 is actually a 69 because of Hurt All. I think. Ooh. Wait. 15... 16, yeah. There's the freaking ribbon, and it's Hearst. Okay, let's give it to you. I'm gonna hang on to that just in case I change my mind and give it to the red mage. No, I can walk. I can walk if I figure out which direction to go. Really? Fine. Great shark. Have a poke. You hit it enter too fast. I'm in the bad part of the RNG table. Why do they hurt so much? Is that normal for ghosts? That is garbage. Oh, that is the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. Yeah, ghosts are stupid tough. Okay. Note to self, do not make friends with ghosts. Can you guys chill? Thank you. Dang it. This is like a terrible play. I'm just like desperate for ribbons. Screw it. I'm just gonna have to hope that the Air Castle has something good. Do you mind? We are trying to disarm some bombs. We're gonna take a nap first. I'm sure that won't impact the timer. See, everybody? The dam is fine! Oh, well. Have you seen the Final Fantasy VI bosses that I've run into so far, JJ? One was kind of neat, the other one was sort of a pixelated mess. I really gotta memorize these maps. You saw the pixelated mess? Yeah, the other one was not too bad. Can we survive this? Hello? Do I have lightning? I do. Do you have lightning? Yes! Take that. I just want to see how much experience this pile of lobsters is. Mmm, delicious. It would be great if we could get past the shitty part of the RNG table. I do not have this memorized. I'm gonna have to make myself a who's what's it? Okay, this is where all these... Well, not this floor, the next floor. Pocket change. Pocket change. This is where all this stuff is. Ribbon? Okay. Nope. And we don't have to... We don't have to deal with you. Pocket change. Ooh, it's a regular opal bracelet, but we'll take it. What is gold? You are 26. You are 34. You've got Cure 4 in life. You're going to be more valuable. Bloop. Wrong button. At least they're not werewolves. Pocket change. Pocket change. Oh my gosh. Gonna head to bed. You didn't see too much, so if you send it, it's going in semi-blind. Yeah, there is... Well, I kind of told you a lot of the mess at the beginning. It's not an impossible seed, it's just an infuriating one. But yeah, I'll send it to you later tonight when I'm done. And I will wish you the best of luck. As for tonight, I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And it was good to see you. So I will catch you later. Nighty-night. Yeah, that's fine. That's a weapon, not an armor. Let's put you... How cute. A single lobster. Ribbon? Ribbon! My goodness. So we will go ahead and drop you. Heal. Snake! Oh, run from that. Ow. Okay. I should probably do a little healing. One bomb is left. Hurry up. Hey, SG, welcome in. It's a seed. It's going. The seed is kind of, oh my god. And, partially just me being a complete doofus. Like, I could have had a full party, like, for half the game. And I was just dumb. I did a dumb. But it's good to see you. How you doing tonight? Let's see. Spoonie, Bane, Katana, Excalibur, You got power. You got evade. You got... Oh, you're Argent. So I have this set to Final Fantasy VI bosses. I don't know that I would consider this a boss, but okay. I feel like this one should have been the Earth Fiend. But sure, we'll do Water Fiend. That's fine. Work on a little Halloween stream project thingy for HG streamed. Ooh. Care to give any hints, or are we're gonna be spoiler free? Let's see. You do not have charges of fast. You have nothing useful you can do. The floor is complete, that's all you can say. Okay. That tells me absolutely nothing, but it's fine. You don't want to fight. Oh, invisible too. Yeah, use that. You can cast fast on you. Oh god, please survive. Okay, that worked. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay, so we got another ribbon. We've got 2 of the 3 ribbons. I don't feel quite so frightened anymore. Yeah, this scene has been a little challenging. So we started out, I changed a couple of things. So we're doing Final Fantasy VI bosses. We start with 2 friends, and we have to find the other 2. One of the friends will always be a fighter type, so fighter, black belt, or thief. The other member that we start with is going to be a mage type, either a red mage, a white mage, or a black mage. So we started with a ninja. We started with a thief and a red mage. Thieves are not too bad. They started with 20 hit points and 10 extra magic defense, which are both good. Minus 10 agility was not terrible because they started with 50, which means this minus 10 put them at 40. No pro rings, not the end of the world, they just need ribbons. Oh yeah, that's why I needed ribbons. Well, we've got 1 ninja, we don't need 2. So yeah. Thief, not too bad. Red mage, not as bad. Started with Fire 3 and Lightning 3, which was great because all the spells in Corneria were garbage. Improved Cat Claw, which was available in Corneria for 50-some thousand gold. So, yeah, that didn't happen. Minus 10 intelligence means we started with 0 intelligence with the flag set to get bonus from intelligence, meaning we were getting 0 bonus. And then minus 10 to hit, which means he's a noodle. So, Red Mage was a little bit of a mixed bag there. He did eventually get Cure 4 at level 3, though, and he's got Life at level 1. Not the end of the world. Our Black Mage, when we finally got him, he can equip legendary weapons. So he's got a tin... He's got a 10 Excalibur. I'll show you that in a minute. Plus 20 to hit, so that helps support the fact that he's a legendary sword wielder. Minus 1 hit per level, he's already not getting that much, so, gee, does he get any hits per level, now that I think on it? Maybe 2 went to 1? I don't know. Anyway, he can't use the Mazamine, which is fine because that's going into the ninja's hands. Well, I mean, he can use it, but he'll be stunned as soon as he does. Excalibur is minus 3. The worst it can be is minus 5. So, not great, but I'm going to try it because this hurt all should mean that it does... It's 69 attack instead of 39 attack against anything that has a vulnerability. Maybe. I don't actually know how that works. But he also has the Vorpal Sword if he needs it. The hat never fails. Well, I guess not. Did I save? I don't know. I'm not taking the chance. This is an RPG. You save often on RPGs. Okay. So, my big gripe at the moment was like, where the hell are all the ribbons? Because we really needed it. Because the ninjas not being able to use pro rings means they're vulnerable. But we got 2. Maybe we'll get lucky and find the 3rd. Excuse me. No. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Do we have... Okay, we are good on spells, we just tapped. I didn't think I used any spells. We were in here earlier, so I don't need to do anything about the chest, so I can just go straight upstairs. And just so you're aware, next week we will be starting Final Fantasy Tactics. That seems to be the direction that one person told me to go, and nobody else chimed in. So, they got to have a say in what happens next. Sure. We'll say hi with our swords. The game... No. The remake, actually. Well, I mean, there is a Game Boy Advance Final Fantasy Tactics one. But yeah, I was going to do the PSP version, because I do have a patched version of it. God, that scared me for a minute. I thought it was Phantom. I was going to do the PSP version, since I do have that patched. But then the remake came out, and I was like, you know what? Sure, let's give it a try. Why not? So, being a tactics game, and me being a one-a-week streamer, one-day-a-week streamer, that's probably going to be the next game that we play for the upcoming 3 to 6 months. I'm in the bad part of the RNG table, so there's going to be fights left and right. Well, that's garbage. Don't want. Don't want. We are full on stuff, so I don't have to worry about crappy armor. Okay, could you please stop being so bad? What level are we? 22. Did we... I don't think we found a controller? I don't think we found an incentivized ribbon yet. I think... Anyway. Controller, please! I do not need pocket change. Do not want. Will take. I'm in the good part of the table now. Nope. Nope. Oh, we're out of the good part. We're back in the bad part. Nope. Do not want. Not going to sell for anything anyway. In fact, I think I sold one already, and it barely sold for anything worthwhile. How long has this been sitting up here? This better be some, like, this better be an amazing tuna fish sandwich, you know? Oh, look, we don't need that, I think. Yeah, we don't need that. Can anybody else use it? Hang on. Black Mage, you can use it. Here, have a katana. 43, 50, 75. Oh, sure. You can be a mall ninja if you want. Excuse me. Pardon me. Stop that. You hurt. You can gaze at us. You can look, but don't touch. Come on, Ribbon. Where are you? You are not needed. No. I mean, controller. It's nice that we're getting experience and things like that. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, gonna sit here for a little bit. Poison touch. Yeah, I really just want the ribbon. Oh! Forgot to cure the poison. I do not want nachos. I'm not hungry. No thanks, I'm breathing just fine. Brack! Who has... You do, okay. Oh look, it's Welk! This might have worked better if I didn't change all the palettes. Maybe next time I do this, I'm not going to change the palettes, because I am actually kind of curious what these originally look like. And I think my palette swapping is kind of messing it up. Ooh, ow. We don't have the white shirt either, which is not great. You didn't get fast. Uh-oh. There goes fast. Okay, well, we didn't need it. I really could have just had everybody cast Nuke and probably been fine. Are we done? We're done. What level are we? 23? Yeah, we done. We are down... Oh, wait, no, we're not done. We have a delicious tuna fish sandwich that we've got to deliver. It tastes so fishy. I don't think tuna is supposed to taste like that. That's garbage. That is garbage. That's the white shirt. Okay. Drop the cap. Fighter must have the ability to wear shirts. White wizard. Resist death, cast invisible too. Yeah, we'll let Xeon hold on to that. Okay. I don't know where the last ribbon is. I probably should have switched this to medium. Medium or short. Uh-oh. We can run away from that. Where is the freaking ribbon? Oh no, wait. Okay, we'll be fine. I was thinking to myself, I don't have the key. But it's okay because I have ninjas that are at least level 15. Oh, that means there's an incentivized chest somewhere that I didn't get. There's 2 incentivized chests I didn't get because I didn't get the one in Swamp Cave. Marsh Cave. Because it had the ship and I didn't need it because I could buy the floater. So clearly I'm very rusty because I don't remember where all the incentivized chests are. I probably ought to fix that. We're in the good part of the RNG table. Please don't fail me with this part of RNG. Yeah, I don't know what this is supposed to be. Something winged? I don't know. Hold on. Oh, that's right. No? Huh? Shoot. I forgot to buy wall. Oh well. I'm sure it'll be fine. He still does not have any charges of fast. This is not great. At all. I'm gonna have to give you the white shirt next time. How many fasts do we got? Ooh, 3. We have to save those. Okay. Even the black mage is slapping? That's not bad at all. We might be able to face roll some of these guys. Well, throw up some evasion and then face roll. Oh, I almost forgot. I gotta move that white shirt. Okay. No. He doesn't have a slot for it. We're good with this. Ow. I don't have Cure 3, do I? Nope, I do not. And just go ahead and slap. Ooh, ow. Okay. Oof. Celebratory ones, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna have to seriously consider a medium version of this instead of the full Temple of Fiend Revisited. Oh, good. Thank you. Please don't. Okay. Ooh, oh no, that's bad. One of the heal spells would have been really great. At least it wasn't Cure 4. I don't think you can do anything. Just lap. $71. Okay. There we go. Exactly 252,500 gold. Oh boy, well at least that's a toggle. Uh-oh. Oof. Kindly excuse us. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Do not black flag us on the last lap. All right. Oh, you have a heal staff. I could have been doing that. I'm gonna go ahead and equip that, I think. What does this do again? Confuse? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be very helpful. Yeah, I need him to be doing something useful. Oh, goody. Hold on to it. Gonna hold on to it. Oh no! Well. Oh, there he goes. Oh no! And this is why we needed ribbons. Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. That got a little dicey for a bit there. Oof. And thus the tale comes to an end, unless Garland returns again. Well, that was a seed. Things sure did happen. Gameplay was involved. I walked around a map, multiple maps, and got into some fights. Okay. Well, I think that's enough of that for tonight. So once again, thank you for everybody who's popping in to keep me company and listening on my silly story for Orktober, and put up with this seed along with me. Thank you, Reppin and Neil, for the raids earlier. If you haven't already done so, be sure to check them out. If I can hit the buttons. Oh my gosh. Okay, it is Shadow. Give these two lovely people a follow. Check them out. They're cool people. And I think it's time for us to wrap up stream. Who shall we go and say hello to? How about... Let me see something here. Let's go say hi. To Eyes on B. They are currently playing some Wild Arms 3. So if you're looking for a little bit more JRPG related action, you may find things going well here. They also play a little bit of Final Fantasy Tactics. Next week, we're going to be starting in on Final Fantasy Tactics, the remake that just came out. And that's probably going to take a while, so strap in. I'm going to do my best. As we wrap up for tonight, though, I do want to remind you all that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.